a.m. on Sunday morning to get into this courthouse at 7 a.m. Monday morning. So Sunday morning to Monday morning, 24 hours, absolutely wild. Let's roll the intro. Court's going to start. We need to do the things. Let me know where you're coming in from so I can say hello. And for all the new law nerds, welcome, welcome, welcome. The mods will let you know there's a few chat rules, and we do that so we can have compassionate conversation around the internet. And I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate you for being a law nerd. Hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery. I still see some in the chat who are like, I don't see you yet. I hope they remembered to refresh the stream because sometimes that's what we need. So the individuals in court, now I understand more why they are yawning, because the line waiting is real. And what I saw last night was the line kind of found its own way to organize. The line had a numbering system. The line was like numbering their own hands, etc. The line had a whole system going. So to figure out who the top 100 were. And even though the line was figuring that out, what was interesting is that people were still trying to jump in the line as the bailiffs at court were moving people around. It was wild to watch what was going on in the line. So hopefully we will be able to catch a glimpse of Runkle and Law and Lumber. They should be over on this side of the courtroom. This is the most busy I've seen this courtroom since we've started watching trial. I wonder if everybody's also hoping that today we are going to get to cross-examination. I know I am. So with that, I've been keeping up with all of your videos on this trial. I love how you break it down and question every action with sass. We definitely do that. The highlight of your commentary was when you told Elaine about the rules of evidence. I brought my books today. Like, I brought both of my books today so that if I have to go to the books, I'm going to go to the books. That's where we're at today. We're at, if I need to go to the books, I'm going to go to the books. Thank you all for the super chats. Just a word about super chats. I appreciate the support. I am going to try to get to them. If you have a question, put in question and I will do my best to answer it. If you are just dropping a comment or a hello to the chat and support, if it doesn't get pulled up on screen, it's just because sometimes we get super busy and I haven't had a chance, but I will absolutely do my best to get to those. Right now, my chat is being a little sassy with me, so I can't see my saved comments. So I'm going to have to figure that out real quick as I kind of adjust the screen here, or have to adjust my side of my stream because I am not seeing it. So that is going to be a problem for me on the back end, and I will try to get to those. So, always going to be some of the tech issues. So with that, it's good to see everybody. Yeah, Gandalf is somewhere in the gallery over here, I'm guessing. Court hasn't started yet. The judge should be coming in just a moment. So I'm going to try to, again, pull super chats. I am having a little trouble seeing them on my back end, which I will try to fix and we will get them. So anyway, good morning from Ohio. Another purple-haired cursey girl here. Yay. My mom is a big fan and has recommended you for months. Finally here and excited to be. Well, Brittany, thank you. And a huge thank you to your mom. I think Ben Chu got a haircut over the break. For sure, everybody is looking very cleaned up. Elaine's been wearing this white coat quite a lot. Again, these front rows are for the legal teams, and then it goes into members of the audience. They are rising for the judge. And here we go. A few quick notes. Oh, it looks like Judge A got a haircut too.
All right.
Everybody was getting
preliminary matters
spiffy.
before the jury comes out.
Preliminary matters.
Sure.
Oh, we do have preliminary matters. Evidence generally is what will come up at sidebar. Here's where we're at with this trial. As the judge was dismissing everybody last Thursday before the break, the judge reminded everyone that the plaintiff has 26 hours and 9 minutes left of time. That's Johnny Depp's team to question witnesses, cross-examination, what have you. And the defense, Amber Heard's team, has 24 hours and 44 minutes of time. That is how much time they have remaining going into week 5. The judge has made very clear that no matter what happens, May 27th is going to be a full court day, and this case is going to the jury on May 27th, meaning closing arguments will be done, jury instructions will be done, and this is going to get to the jury on May 27th. So Judge A has made it very clear that we are not playing. We are getting through this trial before May 30th. And that is a holiday here in the United States. So it's likely the jury will deliberate. Excuse me, my throat already can't be acting up like this. It's very early though. We will likely see the jury deliberating from the 31st on. So with that, each side has like 61 hours and 15 minutes. Court, she said, oh no, Sky News. No. Well, we're going to go find another feed. Court today should be running from 9 a.m. Eastern to 5:30 with, no. What are you doing? All right, time to find another feed real quick. Apologies. I don't know what's going on outside the courthouse, but they think it's interesting. I disagree. I disagree strongly. The jurors are already here. Who could possibly be getting out of this car? Nobody that we care about. They're at sidebar. This is someone from one of the legal teams. This is old video of Amber Heard coming into court. We already saw this. What are you doing? We know she's in court. Court is live. We're going to go find another feed. Yeah. We don't care about them arriving. I want to see them at sidebar because body language tells us a lot. So I'm going to go look for another feed that also has closed captioning because I find that to be very, very helpful. Unless, yeah, I'm going to go look for that. So apologies while I stop talking for a minute. Oh, you know what? It's the court camera feeds because the other feeds I'm looking for is also playing back arrivals, which is so weird. Let me look at, all like every feed I'm looking at is playing them back. That's such a strange thing. Who's making these decisions? These are bad decisions. These are bad choices. All right. Well, the one channel that is always kind of cursed, we are going to just have to do that. So we will do it for now because they are at sidebar. We will do it for now because they are at sidebar, but you know how I feel. But at least they kept their feed on their feed. So I appreciate that. But again, we know that they do tend to copyright strike channels, even though this is a copyright free feed. Been replay crew since the Toddy days in my first live. So happy. It's so good to see you. Let's see. Question. Where did you see footage of people in line? It was on DUI guy's YouTube channel last night. He was live streaming and I shared it out on Twitter. So if you're on my Twitter feed, I shared it out there. So now that I feel better and I have like a security feed into watching them at sidebar this morning, probably arguing over documentary evidence and photos, we can go back to what the court said. So the court said court is going from 9 a.m. to 5 or 5:30 all Monday through Thursday this week. We also know that they are going to be taking the morning break around 10:30 in the morning. Again, these times are all in Eastern Standard Time. Lunch around 12:30, a noon break around 3:15, and then break at 5 or 5:30, depending on the day. So we've got an extra hour of court time today. We will see if in that extra hour, I don't know who she's talking to. We will see in that extra hour if we get to cross-examination today or not. So I'm going to switch back to our other feed because I can hear it. Oh, no.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury then?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So we're going to stick with this feed for now because, again, Sky News is failing us. So the jury is going to be coming in and we are going to resume with direct examination of Amber Heard. So it's funny because I've got audio from somewhere. Oh, you can't hear my audio. Hold on. I had audio in another tab. Let's see. Why do I not have audio in this tab? There we go. Their audio feed though they have a great split screen, their audio feed is terrible. I don't know what's going on with Sky News. I hate the audio feed here, but I would rather have us catch what's going on in trial than worrying about the audio feed. So, you know what? It's going to be that way. It's just going to be that way. New subscriber here, literally watching from work, couldn't miss your coverage. There we go. You're in court today, folks. We're in court today. Good morning from Minnesota, watching while at work, and the new Ponder baby wreaks havoc. This is going to be this way, y'all. You say what you want, but Mercury's in retrograde. I'm just going to say it. If you were Johnny Depp's lawyer, what questions would you ask Amber Heard on cross? I'd love to see a mock cross from you. I'm going to answer this at the break because I think
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being so punctual this morning. I appreciate it for the early start.
So all the jurors are here on time.
All right. Just a reminder, Ms. Heard, you're still under oath, okay? All right. Next question.
That means
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, when did the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp occur?
Objection asked and answered. They're trying to get a timeline, though.
She hasn't even answered it, Your
All
Honor.
right. I'll allow the answer.
This is asked and answered.
By
They got
reviewing
into
my
it 2 days
therapist's
ago.
notes.
Objection,
All right.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, but it's not offered to prove the truth
It
of the
is.
matter asserted. It's explaining what she looked at.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
We're coming in hot this morning.
When did you earlier believe the first act of physical violence occurred?
Oh, she got the dates wrong. They're trying to fix it.
Well, I had always believed up until recently that it had started later, that the violence started around early 2013, not early 2012.
Now, you testified earlier that the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp related to the Winona Wino tattoo. Do you recall that testimony?
That's not exactly what
do.
she said.
Okay. Is that,
Ooh, we're going to get
does
leading.
that change your testimony, realizing that this is earlier?
Oh.
Was this in fact still the first act?
Objection,
Yes,
leading.
it is leading. It is leading as fuck,
sustained.
Elaine. It is leading.
What was the
AF.
first act?
Objection, asked and answered.
Exactly. Ooh, get it, Camille. Today's going to be fucking spicy, y'all.
How do you remember?
Drop some spice in the
first
chat.
act of
They're trying to
violence?
fix testimony.
Well, you never forget it. That's how I remember it. It changes your life forever.
That wasn't the
You
answer.
never forget the first time someone hits you like that.
You forgot the date, though.
I just had the date wrong.
They're trying to fix
And-
the dates.
How is it that you think you got the date wrong?
Calls for
Objection, calls for
speculation.
speculation.
Overruled.
She's allowed to be speculative in this, but I knew that was coming.
I'm embarrassed to say, I think I would have liked to have believed that the period of time in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love, and he was sober, and he wasn't violent to me, lasted for a lot longer than it did. I think I would have liked to have believed that
So
I
she's
wasn't
trying to
hit
say,
so early
in
the
my
relationship and
mind,
still stayed. He was also sober for a period
my
in
mind,
2012, which
I
was a
got the dates
peaceful
wrong
time
because I
for us.
wanted it to be different.
in which we
So
fell
in my
in
mind, I
love,
wanted it to be
so
different,
I-
so I'm wrong.
had kind of allowed myself, I guess,
Thanks, Emily.
to forget that the beginning of that period,
What else did you forget?
2012, before he got sober, was really violent and chaotic as well.
They're trying to
I-
fix her
I'm embarrassed
testimony,
to say that.
Now, you testified that the police were called multiple
which means they
times.
must have
Other
talked
than
about her.
May 21,
They
2016.
must have talked about her testimony
What other
over break. They
occasions
weren't
were there where
supposed
the
to.
police were called?
They were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord. I
Oh,
had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police.
They're
Followed
Objection,
by December.
hearsay.
yeah, they're
Sustain.
trying to get into why she said the police were
When
called
you
multiple times.
filed the domestic violence temporary restraining
Okay, here we
order,
go.
how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
Again, trying to fix.
I gave the last couple, I believe, last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
Okay. How many instances of abuse were included in the
Interesting.
UK trial?
There were 14 acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts
Ah.
of sexual abuse.
And
violence.
why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Calls for legal conclusion.
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was
Yeah,
a
that's
witness.
why it calls
so
for a
was
legal
whatever
conclusion.
their counsel, the Sun counsel chose.
Okay. When is the first time you were called
answer, though.
upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as
They're
you
trying
could
to get ahead of
recall
her
physical and
testimony
sexual
being
abuse by
inconsistent.
Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
Which they have to.
That's not hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking her when she was called upon to do so.
Well, the objection is hearsay.
Right, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And
Yes,
it's
it
just
is.
asking for date.
All right,
A
overruled.
date.
Thank you.
A few months ago, February in 2022, this year.
The
was
lights are
first time I
flashing
was
'cause we
asked
banged.
To do so, other than
Thanks, everybody.
cold in a deposition.
Okay. And when you were
But the deposition's
asked
the full
to
testimony.
provide those, what did
Ooh.
you do to be able to prepare that accounting, that full accounting?
Well, I had the benefit of my therapist. note.
Objection, hearsay.
So
It's not.
Your Honor, she's not saying what the therapist said.
That's
I'm
not-
just
I'll
asking.
overrule the objection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Elaine's
I
already
looked at my
flustered.
therapist notes. I had the benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals,
This
my
opens the door.
diaries, of which there were many. I put all of those together.
Notes,
It took
calendars,
a lot of
photos.
time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
And
This
what
gets-
did you do when you put that all together?
I
This
kind
is
of
going to get into her
filled
timeline being
in,
all messed up in the previous
and
testimony
collected all of these various pieces of
and allows them to
information,
ask about the
and
metadata.
gave a fuller account as best I could for each incidence of violence that I had record of. I think it was called an interrogatory.
In this case?
In this case,
All right.
excuse
Did
me,
you sign that under oath?
I did.
Okay. And it was provided to counsel for Mr. Depp?
It was.
Okay.
Ooh,
And was it
spicy.
a pretty lengthy document?
It was far too long.
And how is it that you didn't just
Haley?
remember all
Glad
of
you're
those
here.
events like this?
That's not how your memory or my memory works. We were together
Well,
for
do tell us
5
how memory
years,
works.
almost 4.5. And it was a very violent, chaotic, at times very
Thanks,
loving,
Dark Element.
emotional relationship. So as
The
as
faces have
anyone
settled.
can imagine, there was a lot going on. And
She's not
unfortunately,
talking
the
about
violence
emotional things
became
yet. They're just talking
almost
about her
normal.
memory and her timeline.
especially towards the end, it was just,
Yeah, Vasquez is coming in hot today.
it's hard to say that now, but the violence was almost normal. And,
Look,
your brain
Stephanie.
does with trauma what it does, puts it away best you can. So
That's speculative.
frankly, I was shocked to see a lot of the information presented to me through my therapist notes, because she was taking them in real
Objection,
time.
Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain my objection.
Okay, we'll move past what the therapist said in her notes. Okay.
But
Now,
her
there's one
memory
more.
is
You
based on her
also
therapist
provided
notes
a
is what she's saying, and that's not
declaration in this case
helpful.
early on. Do you recall that, trying to move the case to California?
Christina,
Yes, there was a declaration in
I don't know.
2019.
All right, and
Oh, they're
did you
trying to get
describe
ahead.
some of the events of violence in
they're
that
trying to get
declaration?
ahead of all
Objection,
of the.
leading.
Yep.
What, if
very.
anything, was said about
That doesn't
violent
fix it.
acts in that declaration?
That calls for hearsay as to what's in the
I was
declaration.
taking the advice of my counsel. We had, it was to get it moved, I believe.
Okay, and was there, did you include all of them?
No,
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Thank
And-
you.
no, I did not include all of the incidents of violence. That was not the point of making this declaration. We were making this declaration in an effort to move it to California, because as hard as it is to go through this sort of trial, as it is, it's even harder to do so in a place that neither Johnny nor I are connected to.
Now, you
Interesting.
testified earlier
They're again
about
trying to make it
guitars, and you said
seem-
you've never played a guitar. Have you ever played a guitar player in a movie?
You could say I posed with a guitar. It turns out I am an unteachable.
I am unteachable.
Okay. I'm going to take you to the tape recordings. Why did
They're
you
trying to
and
fix a
Mr.
lot
Depp
of this
start
testimony.
taking each other?
Good, good. I wanted to know
Well,
this.
At first, it was not at first. It was meant to be a way to get to the heart of some of our communication issues.
It's an understatement.
In order to to discover in a therapeutic fashion, kind of what was some of our issues in our communication.
That's what
Now,
I understood.
We heard an audio tape earlier during this trial in which you said the word couch repeatedly. Can you please explain to the
Yes,
jury what that
please
meant?
explain couch.
Yes.
Please, for the love of everything.
Couch was a word
Couch.
that we had been given, that we decided upon, rather.
Objection, hearsay.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp
That's not
said
really
about this.
asked for the truth of the matter. It's
that it
explaining
was a safe word. It was meant to be a safe word, like a word, like truce, where you put down the proverbial guns and you say, truce, we're not fighting anymore. Couch was supposed to be a word that you used, or that we used as a truce. I don't want to fight anymore. You win. Let's stop this. That was the mention of couch, which you heard earlier in a recording.
We'll see what happens as they get into more testimony. Right now, they are fixing.
Now, what, if any,
testimony,
discussions did you have with Mr.
they've had a week
Depp
to look over it.
about threatening to divorce each other or threatening to leave?
Objection calls for hearsay to
I'm
the extent
asking
it
for-
calls for misheard statements.
I'm asking for discussions with Mr. Depp.
It's
But-
still her.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said. Don't tell us what you said.
Oh my God, Elaine.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Yes. What did Mr. Depp say in your discussions about the use of the term threatening to divorce or threatening to leave each other?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Well,
The judge wants to
Johnny
get through
would
this
always
too.
say the only way out of this was death. But in fights, in particularly
wait.
heated ones, we had found, we were using divorce in the fight, in some of our heated fights. We tried not to,
True, Linda.
but that kind of deteriorated after the December incident that I got beat up pretty badly in. And after that point, it was used a lot more often.
Okay. Now,
And
March
she just wants to be
26,
like, where are the pictures of that
2015. This is after the first Australia trip and after the staircase incident. I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 371A?
I call
This is a
Elaine
tape recording,
Umbrage
and it's going to be
because
at
A, her last name's hard
1
for me to
minute,
pronounce, and B, that's who she reminded me of in opening statement.
2:29.
And C, I want Amber Heard to have to repeat, I must not tell lies. So
Did you say
for
that
all of
time
those
again?
reasons.
Yes, it's 1
And we're gonna get into some audio here.
to 2:29. And if we could, I don't know whether you had turned up that volume. I know it's
What?
hard to hear these.
Is this an evidence already?
I'm moving it into evidence, Your Honor, but these are
Well,
the
then
tape
you've got to
recordings
lay the
between the two, which
foundation
I think we
first,
had agreed.
Elaine.
Is there any objection to 371A?
Your Honor, if you just give me a moment to
Okay,
confirm
sure.
there's no other voices.
This is the thing. This fumbling around with evidence
It's not
is
an evidence, I'm sorry.
a challenge.
It's not in evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
So could you please confirm that there are no other voices?
I will confirm that.
Okay, all right.
And it's Depp's exhibit.
Right.
It's Mr. Depp's exhibit.
Plaintiff's 371A then?
But
Any
it's not
objection?
in evidence.
No objection.
Okay, 371A in evidence. Thank you.
They are definitely trying to
You may
fix
need to-
the
Sammy,
inconsistencies.
if I could just, if you listen, we may need to turn that volume up. Sometimes your control is a little bit better than what we have, Max.
I love that they're just calling the court aide backs.
Somebody who's changing always into different versions of a person that I recognize for a brief moment. And then he slips away and he disappears. And then I get a different version of him. You get the insecure, scared version of him that lashes out in a different medium every time. So if it's Adderall junkie Johnny, then he's abusive and he's bully, and he's a tyrant, and he's mean, he's reactionary, and he's incendiary, and anything I do and say is cause for violence or anger. If I speak to him honestly, bluntly from the heart, I'm yelling at him. If I argue back with him, then I'm abusive. If I don't say anything, then I am dismissive or absent or it's wrong or somewhere else. If I engage with him, I'm part of the problem. I'm yelling, I'm mean. If I don't engage with him, then I'm
What happened to the volume in court?
no matter what I do, I'm fucked. Because if I look at him the wrong way, he's a problem. If I say the wrong thing, God knows what it is, I'm the problem. I'm the problem. You know. That's the guy who's on a bunch of fucking speed.
What did you mean when you were saying that to Mr. Depp?
She called him an
That
Adderall junkie.
no
I'm
matter,
offended.
my perception was that no matter what I did, no matter what I did to de-escalate, walk away from him, to confront him, to try to, nothing I did made a difference. Nothing I did changed his rage at me. Nothing I did changed the violence towards me. Nothing I did calmed him down.
I don't
And
know if she
I was
feels that way.
constantly doing a juggling act of what kind of version of Johnny I was dealing with. There were different versions of him, and they were drastically different from one another. And even more so than them being different from one another, they didn't even sometimes remember what the other version did or said. They acted almost
That
like
is the
independent versions
basis.
of this person, depending on what combination of drugs and alcohol he was on.
That's the basis of her case. He doesn't even remember
That's what I
he
was
does.
trying to express to him. It's just the futility of me responding and successfully, and the futility of trying to constantly negotiate with him and the substances he was on at the time.
I'm going to take you to April 15,
That's the point of her case. He doesn't even remember.
the
Believe
premiere of
my
When I Live
version.
My Life Over Again.
He doesn't remember.
What, if anything, did you do for that premiere?
I believe that premiere was in New York City. It was a small independent film I shot. I went back to New York to attend the premiere.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 421, please?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to ask. You
Does
discussed
this
your testimony with your
accurately
lawyer on
depict the scene
cross.
portrayed in this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 421.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 421 in evidence.
May we publish to the
Published to
jury? Thank you.
Oh, that's published. We
And
get a
could you
picture.
please describe for the jury what this picture is?
That is a picture of me a few months, I believe.
Hello,
This
Alice
is
in
April of
Poland.
2015, so it's a few months after the March incident that happened in Australia, early March, in which Johnny held me down on the countertops and my arms were cut on the glass
And
in that attack.
And if we could draw attention to your arm there, are those scars?
That's leading.
What are those? Please describe for the jury what those
Please
are.
describe your arm. What do you see
Those
on
are
your arm?
scars that I obtained while Johnny was strangling me and assaulting me on the countertop in Australia.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 423, please? And does
And
this accurately
Ben
portray the
King's
scene
testimony
shown?
is a little.
Yes, that's
Hold on a second. I'm going to
Yes.
move the admission of Defendant's 423, please.
No objection.
423 in evidence.
Thank you. May
Publish.
we publish? All right, and please describe to the jury what this shows.
That's a good question,
it
Elaine.
is a picture of me on a red carpet.
Doing
You
direct.
can see
Look
my
at
scars.
you.
Even though I have makeup on them, they're a bit harder to cover because they're rather fresh.
Now, after this, in April of 2015, you returned to Australia with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
The only reason
yes,
the judge
we
is
did.
allowing it is because
Okay,
it's
and-
orienting her
and
to time
Tell the jury
and
about
trying to
that
move
trip.
this along.
Well, after Johnny was able to get clean off of the coke and the other drugs enough to get the hand surgery he needed, there commenced a period of time of sobriety for Johnny. His doctor had fired him and then came on when Johnny agreed to get clean. And so
Objection,
there was this-
hearsay, non-responsive.
We're going to get spicy today, no matter
Don't
what.
say what, I mean, we've already had, Your Honor, we've already had the testimony from Dr. Kipper, but don't say what Dr. Kipper did.
Well, that
Just
doesn't
tell
matter.
the other part. Just don't say what somebody else said. Okay?
So there was
feels
this
very
period
obvious.
of sobriety after that. And Johnny was very committed to being
She's allowed to look
clean
at
and
social.
sober. And I thought
She's not allowed to
We had
discuss her
finally done it.
testimony.
we finally did
It
it.
feels like
we
she
were
has.
through it and we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time. And we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love, or deeper in love than we were
She
before.
doesn't look
It
happy in
seemed.
that memory.
Things were so good. We were talking about a future again. We were talking about having kids. I mean, when Johnny wasn't using it,
I
was
think
so
we're all
peaceful.
glad that
We
happened.
had such
Didn't
we
happen.
had a good time together. We went back to Australia like that, in that state, and had a few months. We even had my parents come and visit us in
You'd have to come to
Australia,
the
and we were
court's
talking
attention.
about babies and about buying a farm and, looking for homes in California. And we were in a really beautiful, peaceful period. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Now, how did you stay at the same place that you did the earlier time in Australia?
We went back to a very remodeled version of that home. I mean,
I like the
remodeled,
hair.
very cleaned up version of that home. Same walls, same structure, but looked a bit different, as you can imagine.
How did you feel going back to that home, given what had happened in March? early
That's
March?
leading. Beast Mode TV, I don't know if we'll get to cross today.
The
Fingers crossed.
home,
Pun intended.
the home isn't the problem.
Wait, what?
If you're living in domestic violence, you don't just not go home. You don't just not go into the kitchen.
You're
just
gonna tell
because
me
you were slapped in that kitchen. People living in domestic violence.
Don't
live in
tell
their
me
homes.
about what all people do.
That's almost, the home isn't the problem. That's the normal part of your home. And for me,
People have anxiety
Johnny was
triggers
my
around
home.
locations all the
where
time.
we were a couple was my home.
Okay.
And that home was often really violent. But it wasn't the structure itself.
It's not the
It
home.
was Johnny.
Walking into the kitchen didn't bother me, really.
And
that-
when we went back to Australia, that home, Johnny was in a completely different, he had done a complete 180, clean,
That
sober,
doesn't track for me.
present, calm. We were peaceful. I mean, any of the gripes and the problems that he seemed to have about me went away when he was sober. And so we had we managed to go back to that same house, but in a very different way. It felt very different.
June 16, 2015.
I don't know why she's wearing
The
this.
Magic Mike tour. Where did you go for that tour?
While I was in Australia, I got the call for that press tour and went
I
to
don't
Europe
know. It seems like an
for the
odd
press
strategy.
tour for that movie. And, I was nervous because problems arise when I'm having to work when I leave.
Objection non-responsive.
That was still responsive.
Well, sustained objection. Next question.
It's not
Michelle,
arguing
can you
on
please
bridge.
bring up Defendant's Exhibit 447?
Yeah, Joe Jersey, it doesn't track for me either. The home's not the problem.
I'm going to ask you first, does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 447.
No objection.
447 in evidence. You can publish.
Yeah, the home is not the problem is odd to
Thank
me,
you.
but
And Michelle, if you could zoom in just a
the bigger
little bit
problem
closer.
for me,
Amber, could you tell the jury about this picture?
the bigger problem
Yes,
for
that's
me,
me on the red carpet promoting the Magic Mike movie I was in. You can see the scars on my body, on my arms.
Okay.
the bigger problem
You
for me
can't
is
see
all DV does
everything,
this.
of course. But
She didn't talk about her and she didn't answer.
And Michelle,
the
can you bring
question.
up Defendant's Exhibit
She started
449?
making broad, I don't want to say platitudes, but broad assumptions about how everybody responds, but she did not answer the
And,
question
Amber,
about why
does
it wasn't a
this-
problem for her.
Accurately depict the scene portrayed?
yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the
So-
admission of Defendant's 449.
No
All
objection.
right, 449 in evidence.
The chat is fast because we have over 44,000 people
Amber,
in
could
here.
you please describe to the
It's
jury
as slow
what
as it
this
can be.
portrays?
This is, you can see the scars on my arm from that attack. Also around this time, Johnny was calling me on the phone before and after, while I was doing these press events. And sometimes I would be on the phone with him, kind of managing accusations about why I didn't pick up sooner, didn't text back sooner. And sometimes I actually on this tour many times had to delay getting out of the car or
Objection
out of the-
non-responsive.
I'll ask
Camille.
that. How did Mr. Depp react to your
They could have
going
allowed
on
that
this
to go a
press
little bit
tour?
more. But they're not
he was
letting
very upset
anything.
with me. I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and having to hang up to go do press events.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to take you to the Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip, correct?
Yes, it was.
Sounds like leading,
And that
but
was
I know they're going to let
July
it go.
25, 2015.
Rex, she's trying
Yes,
to
it
present
was.
herself like she
Okay.
knows a lot
Michelle,
about
I'm going to ask you
DV,
to bring up
which makes me
Plaintiff's
wonder if
Exhibit
she's
162.
researched
It's
a lot of
already into
DV,
evidence.
which is not something a lot of DV victims do.
Now,
Other than
Mr.
in their
McGivern
therapy.
testified that he took this picture
odd.
in July of 2013. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates prior testimony.
Oh, objection
That's
misstates the
exactly what he
testimony.
testified to.
Ooh, Elaine, don't snap
It
back.
wasn't. It
I-
wasn't.
I have the transcript.
Then pull the transcript,
I
Elaine.
don't know. Go ahead and ask your
It's
question.
Mr. McConnelly.
Is that correct?
I believe Malcolm Conley took this on the.
She just
Eastern-
corrected her
I mean,
lawyer.
on the Orient Express.
Malcolm Connolly, not Travis McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us. Yes,
Okay, and was it in
And that's what-
2013 or was it
That's what Camille was
2015?
saying.
it was in 2015.
Okay.
Camille
July.
said misstates
And
testimony because it was the wrong
Please
person who took the
describe,
photo.
if you can, what
And Amber then
transpired
fixed
during this trip.
Wow.
Well,
Elaine.
the train trip
Yes.
itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne when
Brown
I returned
alcohol.
from the press tour. That's what he was drinking, wine and champagne. When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning him wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in our sleeping car. Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by kind of got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a narrow sleeper cart, and there were two beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck. And he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for
Thank you,
what
Ika.
felt like a very long time. And every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember
Again,
looking down at him
she's
and
doing the
trying to
actions.
get his arms off of my neck. And I remember thinking that he could
You're welcome,
not even mean to kill me. I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it.
That's odd to me too.
And kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck. I remember I had at one point
Interesting.
he ripped the top of my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember I had a breast exposed. At some point, I pull at his lapel of his shirt, and he
No spamming,
rips
BC.
the shirt off of him and wraps it around my neck. And that's how I woke up. The next morning, actually, I woke up with it still around my neck and with a giant knot in the back of my head.
Did you keep a diary at that time?
Yes, I did.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 461?
Paulina,
Objection hearsay.
that is a more
It is a diary, Your Honor, and I will just ask her some questions about it rather than trying to.
That's
admit it
still
into
hearsay.
evidence
You
at this
can't-
point.
that doesn't change it.
I'll wait for the question. Go ahead.
What if, anything
Elaine
do
has a
you
hard time with names.
recall about recording what transpired on that train?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm just asking her whether she did. I'm not
Elaine,
asking what she recorded.
Stop
All right,
explaining.
go ahead. Overruled.
This is going to be a mess. Why
I
they're
wrote
trying to
about
get
what
the
happened that
present sense
night
impression.
the next morning.
Thank you. Now, did Mr. Depp suffer any injuries on that trip?
Not that I saw. I have a lot of pictures from that trip, and he's uninjured.
You have a lot of pictures from that trip.
Thank
Where
you.
are the pictures of
You
your
can take
injuries
that down,
then?
Michelle, thank you.
That's the follow-up.
Now, I'm going to keep you in July of 2015, and Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Depp Exhibit 390A. It's a recording,
You're welcome, Tanya.
and I'm going to be asking about from 3:30 to 4:12. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor. It's another recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. There's nobody else in
It's
here.
plaintiffs, what number was it?
It's plaintiffs, it's 390A.
Okay. Any objection to 390A?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
Let's approach. Good. We're going to have a time to answer a few questions. So the arm scratching, again, we've had some testimony from medical professionals about self-harm. I'm not going to speculate on that. As always, I'm not a medical professional. Most of us in the chat are not. Some of you in the chat are. But if that happened, then we will get that medical testimony in.
Any objection
If
then?
that's where
No
those
objection.
All
scratches
right,
are from.
390A in evidence.
We have Ben King's testimony about them. But I will get to some more questions.
Whatever. It's fine. It's secretive. It's deceitful. You had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop.
You didn't.
Please stop.
You did not.
Please stop.
Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school
Okay.
teacher. Shut the fuck up.
No,
Listen
shut
to me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
What were you discussing in that call?
Do you remember what you were discussing would be the
We were discussing whether or not it was all right to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said
Interesting.
it didn't matter anymore. Requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey, we agreed.
Okay. Let's go to August 2015.
so they're going to get into recording
Please
without each other's
describe
permission
your relationship with Mr. Depp in that time frame.
on cross.
You said August?
August 2015.
August 2015 was a very difficult time following the brief honeymoon we had.
They're trying to get a timeline, which I appreciate.
Johnny's use continued, well, started again is a better way to describe it. And lo and behold, so did our disagreements, coincidentally, not coincidentally. I got an offer to do a job, which was already a problem or problematic. I was considering working on a TV series that had James Franco in it. I was
Yes,
asked if I
Anita.
would.
I remember
meet
it's
with
odd to me.
the people who are making the show.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. so
Yes,
Overruled.
Amber, evidence is posted on the court website
so
at
I was
the end
considering
of
taking
each
that job.
day, or by the end of
And
each day, I should say.
There was a possibility it would require brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate down, but obviously that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that. Didn't want me to work. And frankly, I needed to. And there was another film I had coming out that I had previously shot. It's called London Fields. It was a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role. It was a constant negotiation between myself and the filmmakers.
I think we're just not
They made
there
a
yet.
film, and Johnny
We'll see.
told me that he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it that he claimed I didn't tell him about. I did not actually film the scene he was speaking of. He demanded that we watch a screener of it, which is a version of the film before
She
it's
seems
released.
much more
We got one sent to
comfortable
where
in
we
these
were
stories.
at the time, Johnny
I
Chateau in
think
France.
this argument
It's in a remote part
happened.
of France.
It's a very
And
clear
once again, we're in this remote
retelling.
place.
No
and
micro
we're
details.
screening this film that I appeared in, and there was a scene,
She talks
a
much
sex
faster.
scene in that movie.
This is when I
that
think her testimony is
started,
true. They got in an
before,
argument over a sex scene. Okay.
Johnny freaked out because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already is upset with me for breaking the rule that I had a sex scene. On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that scene.
That emotion
And
feels
you
real.
can
She seems
imagine,
mad. No, don't say you
how
can
upset he
imagine.
was.
Tell them
He
what
was,
happened.
irate and was calling me a liar, a whore, among other things. And we had that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job
She cut off. We
that
had
involved James
this.
Franco.
And I want to know the rest of the we had this.
A pressure cooker. I called it a week of hell later.
Objection hearsay.
Overruled.
Oh God,
Johnny
not Elaine.
at one
Can we all-
point slapped me in the face in our bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he punched me across the jaw. At one point,
it loses me. Her
he
faces
kind of
start to
either
get
pushed
very
or through. It's hard to
dramatic
describe to
when
you
she moves on
which
from
of
the
those
verbal
two it is,
argument
because
to the physical.
I can't tell you. I
fight.
just know I went flying into this old church furniture. I later thought I had a concussion. It was the first time I thought I had sustained a concussion.
And what did you do to treat it? Those are a lot
and
of our
that's-
questions.
I wrote about it later.
Now,
And that would be hearsay.
did there come a time in this time frame that you found a folder on Mr.
That's-
Depp's computer?
That's kind
Yes.
of leading,
What
but
was it labeled?
It was on Johnny's opening page, his desktop. It said "No fun for JD" in all caps.
And what was in that folder?
It was a collection of pictures of me from various red carpets, starting on the press tours that I had been on, where I zoomed in pictures of what he thought was, like inappropriate clothing, side boob, cleavage. Anytime I moved, and
Side
Objection calls
boob.
for speculation.
it does. But side boob
All right.
came in.
I'll sustain as to what
Okay.
she believes it was.
Okay. What pictures were in that folder that we have seen today?
the ones I saw of the kind of rose gold dress and the red dress were both in that file.
The career
Now, what, if
frustrations ring true
anything,
to me
did Mr.
more
Depp
than anything else. The
say
career
to you or
frustrations seem like
ask
they
you
did fight
about
over that.
How you got those cuts on your arms?
Her perspective and
Nothing.
his are different.
What, if anything, has Mr. Depp ever said to you or asked you about any injuries that you've sustained over those years?
Johnny's obviously never asked me.
No,
how I
not
got any of
obviously.
those scars.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp self-injuring himself?
Often. He did that often.
Please tell the jury about that. What did he do?
I first started, I can't tell you what I told my therapist, but I almost called 911 in New York in 2014, August of 2014, I believe, because I thought he had done himself an injury. He often in fights
Done
would
himself an
cut
injury?
his arms or hold a knife to his chest or draw blood superficially at first, but later, like in 2016, especially as our relationship was ending. He also put cigarettes out on himself. He flicked them at me and once or twice tried to put one out on me, but mostly
Just-
he would do it while screaming at me.
Chat,
He
remember,
once did it right in front of me screaming.
if this is
um,
triggering for you, it's okay
at
to
my face.
pop out
as
and
he
come back.
put the cigarette out on his cheek.
She's trying to say he put a cigarette out on
Now,
his cheek
I'm
because
going to
that
take
goes
you
to Australia.
September 15,
then why gift him a knife?
2015,
That's a
and
very
Michelle,
good
if we
question.
can bring up Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 345A. This is another audio recording and it's 5:54
So we're getting into another audio.
7:55. I'd like to move the admission.
SoCal
Any
Mick, yes. And swelling.
No
Her
objection.
testimony
3:45
and
a.m.
her
evidence.
physical evidence
If you can
are
play, Michelle, please.
disconnected.
I was gonna pour you one.
I'm an alcoholic. You should.
I don't have any control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately?
You don't have
you
any
changed?
control whether I tell you the truth.
Your truth is really interesting too.
Your
Okay.
truth.
Yeah. Well, I'm the
All right.
first
Give me a
person
glass
that's
of wine,
noticed.
please, so I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes. Your escape route. I see.
Not escaping. You got me.
Oh, of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you out of the bathroom.
Why?
When you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you pull me out?
You tried to.
Really?
Yeah.
How did you get inside?
It didn't get inside.
Well, how did you try to pull me
By
out?
pounding on the door and waking you up every 15 minutes and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you're
Because if
afraid
I
I was gonna die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But I
likely,
vomit a lot.
yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a lot in your sleep, even
Really?
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
That'll be you so good. I hope so.
What, you don't vomit a lot, or you get tongue blood? What do you mean you have tongue blood? Yes. Thanks for me. You try to-
He's trying not to laugh.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular tape recording.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar, and we were talking about 15 minutes because
Downstairs at
the
a bar
last
where?
several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender, get really sick, and you know the drill by now, having heard enough from me. So
That's an
another
interesting
issue
statement.
that we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage.
She's
He
trying to
was
tell the
obviously
jury,
drinking
you
again.
know
I've
my
given up
testimony, believe me,
fighting with him on
with that
that
statement.
stage.
Interesting.
And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit.
Which is deadly.
It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood. So
It is. That's
the advice I
true.
got was to turn him to his side, put a pillow underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that, and he swung at me, and I told medical. And the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes that happened behind bathroom doors.
Well, and that's going to take me to September 27,
Yep,
2015. Again,
not
Depp, that's
asphyxiate.
plaintiff's exhibit
Chat.
356.
You are very wise.
And
But
the
yes,
recording is
aspirate on vomit is not
3107
the same
to
as asphyxiate.
3230.
Telling
I'm
the
gonna move the
jury you
admission,
know
Your
the
Honor.
drill is very,
Any objection
very
to
odd.
that?
Dr. Kipper has not mentioned anything
No
about the
objection.
vomiting that I
Alright,
can
36
remember.
356A in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, thank you.
Lie.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing, and
You
you
figured
in
it
the
out.
face, and you said,
Oh,
"No, fuck it, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?" And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie, and then
I
I
didn't
said,
punch you,
and
by
then
the
I-
way. I'm sorry that I didn't
You,
hit
punched
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
glad
Don't
they're
tell me
getting
what
ahead
it
of
feels
this.
like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed
You didn't
fist.
get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this. But I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
That's the difference
you
between me
poor
and
toes.
you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights?
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up.
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the
Because-
fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Every single time.
They need to get ahead of this audio. We have heard this audio
Still
before.
being admirable, right?
She has to
By
explain it because this audio is bad for her.
running away.
So they're getting ahead of it.
Amber,
Which they
please
should be
explain to
doing
the
on
jury
Direct
what's
Today.
transpiring in that audio recording, what that's about.
She's got to get ahead
Well,
of
there's-
some of these things.
There's two different situations that we're referencing in this fight, two different altercations between Johnny and I involving the door. The first of which we first start talking about, where I'm talking
To get
about
ahead of it.
hitting him, I am
Let her
talking
explain.
about what that conversation is about the disparity.
She's trying to
the
reframe
disparity
what
between
she's
Johnny
saying.
and I in our physical fights, the disparity of how he would proactively punch me and I would have to resort to reactively hitting him. I am talking about
Is that
the
what y'all
difference
heard?
between a punch, which Johnny did often, and me having to hit him in my defense. I know the difference between those two, and I'm highlighting the difference between those two, even if he wasn't twice my size. They're very different, and that's what I'm
Twice my
pointing out to
size.
him. The situation that involved, the context of that is, it happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3. You've heard us talk about that place. And I was trying to shut a door, our bedroom door, actually. I was trying to barricade myself
it was
behind this door, and Johnny was
bathroom
trying
door.
to get through the door. He was using his body and his limbs to try to bust through the door as I was trying to keep
She
it
does sound
closed because I
defensive.
knew what he would do to me when he got to me on the other side. And I was hitting his arms, his arms, his body, as he was trying to prevent me from closing the door. And that is a separate incident that we later talk about in the second half of that recording, where we're talking about my toes. That involved a different incident, which was a bathroom door. And it was one of those ones that he was passing out in. And I could hear him passing out, or what it sounded
could
like
hear
to
him
me
passing
behind
out?
the closed doors, passing out. I heard a thud. I heard a lot of commotion. I heard a glass break. And I hear what sounds like his body falling against the bathroom door. I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time. Johnny violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door, swinging at me. I naturally pushed the door off of my feet, responding to the pain and also to the awareness, the knowledge that he was coming for me. Johnny later
This is the first time she's talked about
denied-
pain that I remember.
Well, later he blamed me in his inability to understand what happened, in that he was
His
not in
inability
his
to
right
understand.
mind, and he misunderstood that interaction and tried to blame me for starting a physical fight between us. And he even later went so far as to say, I wasn't even going to hit you. And that was the second door. I only could respond by trying to take accountability for my actions in it, what he understood my actions were, and my interpretation. And what I'm trying to say to him is, look, I can only do my best to respond. I was in pain, I was scared, and I can't promise you that when I'm scared and in pain, I won't react, thinking I know very well what our situation is and what's going to happen to me should I not react.
Thank you.
Her attorney's trying to
So
get
let's-
ahead
I'm
of the
gonna play
audio.
Another clip from that same.
Her attorney's trying to get ahead of the
discussion,
audio.
and
It
you
doesn't
wanna
mean
read the
she's
plaintiff's exhibit,
cooperating.
that's 5
She sounds angry.
356B, we'll call that, and it would be from 1:29.
I agree. How is he behind the door swinging it and
27
collapsed on the
to
floor?
1:30:07, and I'd like to move the admission.
All right, we've got more audio.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 356B in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I really need it. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Please explain to the jury what was going on in that part of the discussion.
That's the same conversation where I am, as I was accustomed to doing, I'm taking as much responsibility as I had to in those interactions. I have to.
Thank you, Christine. That's fair.
In my relationship with Johnny, and as you have to, and somebody will not and cannot take any accountability for anything they do in a fight, as Johnny couldn't and wouldn't. I took on as much as I could for myself. I had the whole relationship been blamed for everything, for his drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between, blamed for walking away, blamed for staying. I blame myself as well. Blame myself for my part in it, blame myself for staying, blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame, feels easier. It almost feels better to take the blame for something than to accept the senseless nature of the violence you can't change.
She said
it's almost more reassuring
Have you ever lost
to take
it?
accountability for it than to accept the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change, no matter what you do, no matter what I did. No matter what I did, still hit me.
I'm now going to take you to October 5, 2015, and you're under plaintiff's exhibit, Depp's exhibit 393A. It's another recording, 2:40 to 3:43. Move the admission.
I'm name calling now. Emily, you're on my way to replacing
393A,
Rachel Maddow as my
plaintiffs
girl
and
crush. You just drew me in. Well, thank you, Casey. I'm glad I drew you in.
Doesn't matter, Johnny. They don't know. None of your friends, whether they saw a tiny fraction, that was the tip of an iceberg. A tip of an iceberg. That was my reaction to yet again this happening.
This
That
happening.
is the tip of the iceberg. And if you want to use that as some sort of like mental excuse or validation of whatever, of telling your friends or whatever they think or whatever they think about me or whatever, fine. But they only saw a tip of an iceberg. None of your friends
Let me ask you
and
a
none
question.
of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never actually seen.
That's
Really? Have they been in the hallway? Yeah.
They've
Have
heard
they
it.
seen? Baby, that is absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
Nathan
Because
could fucking
you-
quote us.
Great, he can quote a part of it, but he has not been there. No one has actually been there for a fight in its entirety.
Huh.
No, how could they?
No, exactly. So stop using that as some sort of excuse. Like they see it, they know they work for you or they're your friends. That
It's an odd
Please
place to
explain
cut
the
it off. I
jury
want to hear the rest of the
what
context.
you were discussing in that
Context.
conversation.
This is
Johnny would often use the fact
his
that
team.
his
team.
paid employees, his loyal staff would back him up in fights.
His
And
loyal
that
staff.
he would constantly threaten to call them in to validate him. They threatened to call them to come into the room to have them back up him and say that it was, that my yelling or that I'm at fault, that I'm in the wrong, that it's all me. And he would do that in almost all of our fights, especially at by 2015, that he would call his friends and he'd call his staff in to back him up, so that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm wrong. And that was
Speculative as to
what
why
I
he
had
did
to
it,
agree
but
to over and over again, just even hope that we could have a conversation at some point in a more therapeutic sense so we could move the conversation along. That was his MO, if you will. He'd call people that work for him to back him up.
And that's part of
I'm
their
gonna take you to
testimony.
Thanksgiving 2015.
They're
Could
trying
you
to
please
say
just tell
his
the
team will
jury-
just say
and
whatever.
we'll go through this one relatively briefly, but tell the jury about Thanksgiving and any altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion.
Yeah, the brown liquor's weird to me too.
Thanksgiving 2015, we had friends over. Johnny had Marilyn Manson over, and
Thank
I
you.
had
Oh, Marilyn
a few of
Manson's
my
on the
friends
bingo
over.
card for today. Thank
We had
you.
a son
Rachel.
over, and
That's so generous. Thank you.
Maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there. We had dinner together. Johnny was disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
How do you know he was disappearing with Mr. Manson with coke?
To do coke. How did you know?
That's what I knew of their relationship at the time. And he was
Objection calls for
disappearing every
speculation.
So
I'll
she
sustain the
assumed.
All right.
So she's assuming.
So
Please continue with the
he
rest of
got
the
up for a longer period of time.
It's a good point, Bing
Not
Bong.
the normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like he just appeared for a longer period of time. And at this stage, I was really dependent on recognizing the patterns of what he was. I was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him. It was incumbent, on me because it affected my safety.
It was
Dealing
incumbent
with
on
somebody
me.
who's really high, dealing with Johnny high on coke and speed, meaning Adderall or some version of that, is different from the opiate Johnny, which is different from the booze Johnny, or a different combination. And there was talk
Please,
of Quaaludes at the time.
tell
and
us about
Johnny
the
was trying to
Quaaludes
get it
again.
from-
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
No, let her talk
I'll
about the
sustain the
Quaaludes, Camille.
objection.
Let her talk about the
So I
Quaaludes. We have
So
questions.
I wanted to know what I was dealing with. It was important to my safety to know who
Objection, non-responsive.
That's fair. It's not.
That's why I
but-
followed him
Okay.
to
All right,
Your Honor.
so what did you
I'll
do
su-
next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did you do next?
I
You
went
could
upstairs
feel the tension
to
rising.
the
Your Honor, she's
apartment,
still
the
talking.
main apartment, not the apartment that we were celebrating Thanksgiving in, to try to figure out what was going on. And we had an argument that took place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. I went up the stairs ahead of him to get back to the party. He grabbed me at the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, by my shirt, kind of flung me a little bit, but I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. I had a glass of wine in my hand at the time, which spilled everywhere and shattered, and I kind of retreated into the bedroom. Johnny came in after me.
None of those
and there
audios
was
is
this,
she
heavy,
retreating, which is odd
like,
for me.
vintage style glass decanter. He picked up the decanter and hurled it at my head, my face. It missed, thankfully, but smashed into a piece of art behind me in the bedroom wall above the bed.
Thank you, Mariposa.
I got past him. I think there might have been a bit of shoving. I can't really recall in the sequence of when that happened, but I wanted to go back downstairs.
She was ready for
And
cross.
I
Now.
past my closet. I had to change my shirt, and I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out. And I put on a face, and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards.
Okay, so where are the guests from Thanksgiving?
So
That's what we're going to want to
We
hear.
talked about December 15, 2015, last Thursday, and also the Bahamas over the holidays. But I did miss
Plastic
one
noise
picture.
experience.
Michelle, can you bring up
I
Defendant's
kind of
Exhibit
love
518?
this 6 degrees of less than 6 degrees. Thank you
And
for
does
sharing
that
that.
accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 518.
No objection.
All right, 518 defendants in evidence. You can publish.
Yeah, there's definitely a
This is
difference in
from
her testimony
December
today.
15, I believe. Could you just please tell the jury?
Could you
what
please
this
tell us what
depicts?
this is?
Yes, it's a picture of my bruised temple. And Johnny had his hand on my on part of my face with my face down, and I was punching my head. I'm repeatedly punching my head. That's what caused that bruise in my temple.
Thank you.
Um,
Now, we went through the Bahamas
here, I think, is what they're
before, and
trying
you
to
returned
say.
from the Bahamas sometime late December, early January, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to January, February of 2016. Can you please describe to the jury what was going on with you and Johnny in this January timeframe after this December 15 and the Bahamas incidents?
After the Bahamas, Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
How do you know that?
I was there. They fired him.
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay.
She keeps talking over.
Without telling what the medical.
it seems like
people
she's
did,
trying to
go
stay
ahead and
calm.
Tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
Yeah, his mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health is just falling apart. It's what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
He was
Objection, Your Honors. Calls for
She
speculation.
didn't say what she
Leading.
observed.
No, she
I'll
can't.
sustain the objection as to leading. Next question.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
He-
I'll sustain the objection.
It does.
Please tell the jury exactly what he was doing that led you to believe he was hallucinating.
Objection leading.
That calls for
Sustained.
What, if
medical
anything,
conclusion.
was Mr. Depp doing that would have
Ooh,
led you to
spicy.
believe he was hallucinating?
Same objection.
Sustained.
The
Sustained.
judge
What,
is so
please
annoyed.
describe what Mr. Depp was saying in January of 2016.
Do you hear the court saying sustained, sustained?
He was talking to people who weren't there, meaning people who were not in the room. He was communicating with people and sounds and voices that weren't there. I know because I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him. And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on somebody being in the room behind me that wasn't there. It was terrifying. It was terrifying.
She wanted to get into
once
this
he
testimony no
smashed
matter
the board
what.
right next to my face. And it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy he said he saw me with was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt the man was in the room with us or not at that point. But I remember he put his fist through a whiteboard in the kitchen. He hallucinated right in front of me. And
This is
Objection calls for
non-responsive.
speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate, just describe.
Oh
what
my
led you
God.
to believe
Your
that.
Honor.
Your
objection.
Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. She can testify to what she observed.
Please, thank you, Your Honor.
You-
Please tell the jury what you
Your Honor,
observed.
may we approach?
Yes, please. Because she's not only leading the witness, but she is now on the stand telling a witness what to say, which is so inappropriate. I want to see the attorneys all gather together, but it is so inappropriate to tell her, well, don't say hallucinate, but hopefully the jury is watching this and sees that Elaine is coaching this testimony in her conversation, but it's absolutely appalling to see. So, with this,
Please tell the jury what you observed.
Camille did a good job saying, can we just go to sidebar?
I observed behavior from him that was erratic,
Very unprofessional.
irrational, and didn't seem
Questioning.
connected to the reality that we were in.
Now, I'm going to take you up to the beginning of February of 2016, February 8, February 9. Please tell the jury what transpired then. With
Don't
respect
take
to Mr.
shots.
Depp.
It's too early in the day. There's a long trial to go.
Around
I
this
keep
time,
Joking about a bingo card,
Johnny
though.
was, again, behaving in a way that was very scary. It was terrifying. And sometimes he didn't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
Yes, it
I think
does.
she can describe what she's. So what are you
She's
describing
not
what
just-
you're observing?
No, she's
Yes.
not Elaine.
Then please continue.
She's describing her speculation.
In these kind of discussions I would have around this time, early February of 2016, sometimes in the argument, he would accuse me of something, some person in the room with me that had just walked out or I was hiding, for instance. And sometimes he would hold on to that even when he seemed to have calmed down or come off of whatever bender he was on. And it was almost as if I had to confront what delusion he had or what belief he had or what accusation he made of me in a new fight altogether. Sometimes he didn't make it clear to me whether he was mad at me or he knew he was mad at me. It was terrifying. because I bore the brunt of it. And at around the 8th or 9th, we were in his Sweetser compound, the West Hollywood collection of homes that he has.
They are so rad.
And I got some cryptic texts from him in the early morning hours that scared me. I won't say what I said, but I came over.
What did he say?
To his main house. I believe I'd been across the street, and I slept on the couch. We had some
What were his
interaction in the
texts?
morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me, even though we weren't fighting. I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried.
Is this trying to
that
lead up to the slamming?
The momentum he was on was
slamming
going to
doors
click into a
in
direction
Sweetser?
of deciding that he was mad at me and I deserved it. And I was terrified that that was going to happen. So I had an interaction with him and got really worried about that on the morning of the 10th.
I
All
think
right.
this is leading
Michelle, I'm
up to
gonna
the
ask you to bring up
video.
Defendant's Exhibit 638.
I
It's already
think
admitted in evidence.
It's leading up to the video with him slamming the
This is from
doors,
February 10, 2016.
and she's trying.
And I'm going to ask you to play it.
It's
Michelle.
my perception that she's trying to frame that video as he's mad at people that aren't there. Yep. Look at Emily. It's like we know things. There we go. TMZ, this is not your video. Don't copyright strike my video again. This is evidence in a trial.
What happened?
She said she was terrified it was going to turn on her. That's what she just testified to. She said she was scared coming into this interaction. Oh, this is the Mega Pint video.
Nothing happened this morning. You know that?
She's saying nothing happened.
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice.
That's not what she just said.
We're not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen
It's not about
You-
you.
this morning?
Like,
I don't think so.
that
No,
cup is
that's
in
insane.
so
You
many.
want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy.
That cup is in so many of the videos. Mega Pint.
Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going?
Just started it.
Oh, really? Really? That shit on me, motherfucker.
Didn't you were smashing shit.
Bye.
Interesting that they cut out before the end of that video. Huh. Interesting that they
Why
switched.
did you videotape this?
back to her.
Amber?
I'm glad they
Because
asked.
I knew he wouldn't remember. that he would
Objection,
deny
calls
it.
for speculation.
Sustain.
Rather than what you knew, you can say what you thought. Just tell us why.
Oh,
you-
the leading.
I was afraid. It's scary.
Did she sound
Scary.
afraid?
Scared. Scared they wouldn't remember.
Objection, calls for
Your
speculation.
Honor, I-
Sustain the objection.
That actually goes to her thoughts. She was scared he wouldn't remember the fight,
all right.
and she can explain that. That
So
actually
I'm
goes to
going
her
to
thoughts,
now
but the judge is
take you
sustaining it, so
Up
Camille's not
to
going to stop.
April 21, 2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please tell the jury what happened that night with respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
And so it's weird.
He
I'll talk about that video at the break.
at that time we had a fitting that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time, like at night, vaguely saying like meetings. He had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days, just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender,
Calls for speculation
Worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for
No,
speculation.
it didn't call for speculation. It was speculative. So objection, non-responsive
And
speculation is the more artful way to do that.
I had my birthday was coming up, and or on my birthday, I said, well, you gotta make it to my birthday party. We had a dinner planned.
Oh, we're just
at
getting
our
up to the birthday
penthouse.
party. Good.
I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Overruled.
asserted. Thank you.
And he told me at some point that day that he had scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting. I think he said maybe
Well, it was a money meeting. We know that
7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m.
For 30th.
Of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Text me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and we were cleaning up, and kind of everyone was delaying leaving because we were waiting to give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And he let me know he was there.
Yeah, she keeps framing why he's mad. She wants to talk about him.
I tried to,
not her.
without saying what I
Which is
said, I
odd.
tried to give him the impression that I wasn't going to get on him about drinking or anything. I just wanted him to be there. And we had a toast. We did a celebratory toast. And the guests left. And later that evening, we were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, what's your fucking problem now? And at the time, we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said.
Sister
It was
Pamela.
important for me not to make him feel attacked. So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said, but I remember being very careful about how I worded what I was feeling about my birthday and him having missed it. An argument followed that.
I don't doubt she was mad about her birthday.
Got up out of bed. Johnny's side of the bed was closer to the door than mine. I remember him blocking the door, blocking me to get out, kind of shoving me down, and we had a verbal argument, and then that became a shoving match. I tried to shove him back. I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up a large, I guess it's a Magnum size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me.
Not a regular size, a
this
large
time I
size,
went
like a
through a
magnum of
painting,
champagne.
And
She's a
I love
sommelier.
this
Wouldn't she
painting.
call it a
I remember
magnum?
it just went like right through the canvas.
They
left
said she's
giant
a
hole
level
in it.
3 sommelier. She called it a large size champagne.
And,
I've got questions.
I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore. And the fight continued into the salon area, which is outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs.
I think she's looking
Johnny
at the
picked up my
jury
phone.
a
I don't
lot.
know why. I don't remember what he was saying when he did it, but he picked up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon area, out onto the street, out onto the downtown street.
R.I.P.
that,
Care Bear.
this
She
window
said she was
overlooked.
afraid, and then she went to the house on
In
this
that
last
moment,
one.
I went, oh no, you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened to me already several times before this from Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else for the evening. I left that room, went into the office. We were still screaming names at each other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair and he pulls me down. Kind of, I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with my body. I remember trying to fight him off of me. at some point, we're back in my main bedroom, and I believe I was getting my toothbrush out of that bathroom. And when I came out, we had another shoving match, but this one, he kind of like, I remember he chest bumped me in
She's
this
again
like
doing his
broy
actions.
way, chest bumped me and fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he kind of held me down by the shoulders down on the side of the bed, kind of held me, wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that he did sometimes, and he would taunt me, grab me by the
Did she say
pubic
taunt?
bone, pubic area. Just as best I can describe it is he kind of just pushed me down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it, and he was asking me, kind of taunting me, asking me if I thought I was so fucking tough. I think you're such a fucking tough guy, huh? Are you so tough now? Look who's so tough. You want to be a man? Tough like a man now? That happened for a bit of time. I'm not quite sure. I think at some point he left. I remember at some point shortly after that, I remember he was still in the apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of
I think this is new
collapsing on the
information
floor
to
and
Johnny's team.
being exhausted.
All of this is new
It's just,
information.
I remember feeling exhausted and crying and kind of throwing in the towel, if you will. I remember saying
After
to him,
direct is
just,
done.
can we not fight like this? They're like, can we start over? Is there anything that we can do
This afternoon or tomorrow?
Like, this is really messed up, but can we just not do this, please? Can we stop doing this? Just don't leave. It's my birthday. Let's just call it couch. Let's call it truce and not have it end like this. I don't want to have it end like this. I was just so tired, hurt. And I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this I would be crying and saying these things. I'm embarrassed saying it now. He
I don't understand why
responded,
she's embarrassed asking for fighting to stop.
cruelly. He told me it's what I fucking deserve, and that I'd wake up alone, and that no one would ever love me because all of this, pointing to my face or body, all of this was going to go away. No one would ever love me, or my tits sag, no one would ever love me, and I better get used to waking up alone. And he
Sounds like a fight from
said this is
Empire
all my fault,
Records.
what I asked for, and he left. I heard him come back in.
She does look irritated.
Downstairs, you can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking,
She's mad about
"Oh
this
God,
night.
is this
I
going to
believe
happen
that.
again?
She's mad
What's
about that
going on
night.
now?" And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, "Happy fucking birthday," and stormed out. At some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that effect.
How did he leave a note for you?
I was written on a piece of paper as best I can recall, but I'm not sure.
Huh.
And so then the next day, what did you do?
So we're now to the birthday party.
I texted, well, I can't say what I texted. I woke up that morning, the morning
Sonny,
of my
it's a fair
30th birthday.
point.
And I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me and putting her arms around me. And I remember wondering how she walked in because there was a lot of glass on the floor. There's lots of glass. And she put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking for a few months, and Johnny just,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth.
All right,
It's
I'll
not
overrule. Go ahead.
offered to prove the
And-
truth. There's no proof. He
And
just wasn't
so
in it. It's kind of irrelevant.
we eventually got out of my bed and grabbed a few things and got the dog.
Yeah, I think the video is
Um,
relevant.
Left for our plans, which our plans had been to go to Coachella, which is a music festival.
Are
that
they gonna
happens
ask her
in
over under?
California.
One in the chat if they
And
ask her
that
about
had
the
been
poop.
plan for a
Two in the
while,
chat if they
that's how
don't
we
ask
would
her
go
about
and
the poop.
celebrate my birthday. And
Vote.
I remember,
we should put up a poll.
as I am accustomed to doing, just
Do they ask her about
trying
the
to
grumpy?
move through it, move on, and remember in vain trying to
I'm going to put up a poll.
put
Actually,
on a brave
Miguelina's going to
face
put
and
up a
have a
poll.
good time, even though it was impossible.
Let me stop you for a few things. What, if any, plans were there for Mr. Depp to join you at Coachella?
He was supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay in the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 to 3 hours away. So I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs you brought?
Johnny's dog at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies, and I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
What, if any, issues did Boo have with?
They're disparaging the
bathroom
dog.
problems, if you will.
Objection, leading and relevance.
Overruled all that.
She had eaten Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She was, we regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure out, well, what was wrong with this dog? Never met a dog that was quite like this. So she had some control issues.
Don't disparage the dog.
Hence why she liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot of the bed.
That's not
underneath
weird.
the covers.
Your
And
pets want to be in your bed.
it was,
That's not weird.
Customary that they slept in bed with us, but Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about
they're
any
gonna
bathroom
ask.
issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag to go to Coachella, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her or didn't go to the bathroom. on the floor.
Motherfucker,
We
she's
leave
still
them in
going to
bed and be
blame the
ready to take them
dogs.
outside to the patio, which
Yo.
is their designated bathroom break area.
Y'all, they're going to still,
And
she's still
what,
going to
if
blame the
any,
dog.
plans were there? How often did
Whoa.
you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The
where
housekeepers
this is
were
going?
there every morning. Or they came every day,
Oh,
as far as
shit.
I know.
Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection,
Calls for hearsay.
leading.
Yep.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say
I
what
said
she-
why it's still leading.
Objection. Next question.
Oh my God.
Did you
I
commit
said
any kind
why.
of prank?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And why
Did you commit a
Would-
prank?
that not be something you would do?
Leading.
First of all, I don't
First
think
of all,
that's
leading.
funny. I don't know what grown woman does. I was not also in a pranking mood. My life was falling apart. I was at a crossroads in my life that was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by
Your
my violent
Honor,
husband with whom I was desperately in love.
it was his
I knew I
50th
needed to leave.
birthday, not
It was
some little
not
garden
really
party.
a jovial time, and I don't think that's funny. Period.
I don't
It's
think that's
disgusting.
funny. It's disgusting.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr.
All right, chat.
Depp
They're
coming
talking about the
back to
poo.
your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Understanding calls
Okay.
for speculation.
Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
They're talking
No, Johnny
around
didn't
this.
come back to that house. That was my.
They're talking around
that
this
was
so
my,
much.
You know, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday. And as per what we did, it was
She's
he
totally
would go
mad
and
about her
stay
birthday.
at his
I believe
West
that.
Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the Eastern
Objection calls for
Columbia.
speculation.
It's her
I think she
understanding. I
explained
think
her
it's
answer
fair.
on that
It's
one.
her
I'll stop
understanding he
just the
wasn't
last
coming
part.
back.
Okay,
Next question.
thank you. All right.
But
So
they don't want
let's
it to be
take
her
you
understanding he wasn't
Coachella.
coming back because
Um,
why would you
who
do that
drove?
if you know he's not coming
I
back?
drove.
You know,
And
why
who
would you
was in
poop on the
your
bed if you
vehicle?
didn't believe he was coming back?
My
That's what they're getting
sister,
to.
my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any
Oh, that's my sport?
occasion in which
or that's
you
my
were
support?
riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life. And I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be,
Gabby, that's a great question.
you know, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I
Which
didn't
is
have a conversation
contrary
with
to
him.
his
I sat in
testimony,
the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
which is contrary to.
You're on this, I don't know,
Okay.
this might be a good breaking.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case
All
with
right, I'm going to be
anybody
getting
and
some
don't do the outside
questions as
research.
we're
Take
getting to
15
morning
minutes, okay?
recess. I'm going to turn this off. We'll go to the split screen. As we get into this morning recess, the jury's leaving the room. Actually, I'll leave the audio on while the jury leaves the room. The jury's going to be leaving the room, and we'll see if we can catch some glimpses of Law Tube sitting in the back. Wait, is that DUI guy right there? Oh, there's Runkle in green. We see Law Tube. There's Runkle. There's DUI guy. Rob's got to be around there somewhere.
All right, we'll just come back then at 10:50.
Again, I think they're standing up to look.
Thank you.
So we've got about a 15 plus minute break. I'm going to try to get to some questions. They talked around. We can go ahead and end the poll. They talked around the poop on the bed. They didn't really address it head on. They left it a little bit vague, which was interesting as a choice, but they definitely talked around the poop on the bed. There we go. That's a bigger screen of the audience, which is what I want to see. If they pan, no, don't just go to the seal. All right. So interesting. I thought they would have to get to it, but she's like, that's disgusting. And again, tried to blame Depp for the dog's issues. Boo has a lot of issues. Boo ate some weed as a puppy or whatever. And now Boo has a problem controlling their bowels. It's just an odd, it's odd. Okay. There's Rob right there. There's Runkle. There's UI guy. There's the Law Tube contingent back there in the courtroom. Oh, and now we're going to the clock and so I'm going to go ahead and get to some questions as much as we can. Wait, she testified that she didn't do drugs. Yeah, she testified she didn't do drugs with him, but it's interesting that she testified now admitting to it. Is Boo the same dog that stepped on the bee? I think it was Pistol that stepped on the bee, but I wasn't tracking which dog. She said my dog, and she made it clear that Boo was Johnny's dog and Pistol was her dog. So I don't know. The poll with over 12,000 votes was yes, they talk about the poo. No, they don't talk about the poo. They talked around the poo. I think everybody wins because they asked, would you tell Starling about that? Trying to say his testimony's not correct. And then they started getting into why would you do that? Well, I wasn't in a pranking mood. And they really tried to get to the point that she believed that Depp wasn't coming back to the house, which is actually an important point for them because why would you, grumpy on someone's bed if you didn't think they were going to come back to see it? I think the counter to that as well, because you knew that housekeeping would be there. You knew that your house, your household people would be there and let him know. I think maybe that's part of why the argument would be that you would do that. So let's get into your questions. Man, oh man, oh man. If you are new here, thank you and welcome. I'm Emily D. Baker, lawyer for almost 17 years. This is what we do here. If you like the channel, go ahead and like and subscribe. Maybe the lights will bing. When we bing, which is when we hit, this counter here turns over every 1,000 subscribers. And now the lights flash as well because you can't always hear the timer when I'm talking, which I do a lot. So the lights will flash as this turns over. Right now it's at 3:45. So let's see where we end up today. Question: what questions do you think Cross will ask? Also, another purple hair Kersey girl who played water polo. We love that, Haley. Thank you. I think they will get into her misstatements. She tried to correct her testimony. I wonder if they will ask her, did you talk to your lawyers over the break? Did you work with your lawyers over the break? It's something that's really common in criminal trials is to ask someone who's testifying, did you talk about your testimony with the prosecutor? Did the prosecutor tell you what to say? Those kinds of things. But it's clear that something changed over the break, and the admonition from the court and the instructions are do not discuss your testimony with anyone. Now, what the court can do if she says, which I doubt she will, that she discussed her testimony, but it seems clear that it seems like they did. However, the lawyers will likely say, no, we went back and reviewed the transcripts and reviewed previous statements and then tried to make it clear. But she had those answers of, no, I looked at my therapy notes and this and that. Interesting stuff. If you're Johnny Depp's lawyer, what questions would you ask on cross? I would start with the statements that aren't truthful or the statements that I believed were not truthful. I would start with the lies to frame her as a liar and then go from there. They are trying to get ahead of some of that negative audio, but it's interesting to me. This is my kind of contemporaneous observation, and then I'll go back to questions. It's interesting to me that her testimony leading up to the slamming cabinets video, and the slamming cabinets video is taken either right after he found out about like the money being missing or his mom was unwell or had passed. There was something going on with him, like actually going on with that video. But he never had the date of the video to know exactly what because they didn't turn it over. But she is trying to say, her testimony was, I got some texts and I was really concerned that his anger would turn on me and that he's, reacting to things that aren't there. Well, if he's reacting that something happened, bad news, bad information, he could be reacting to that. So it seems odd. But she's saying, I was so worried and I wasn't at Sweetser. Well, if you got text messages that made you afraid, I don't understand the going into Sweetser and being like, nothing happened today. Nothing happened. And he's like, nothing happened to you, but something happened to me. And so he's responding to the things going on in his life, and she is trying to make it about her, which is very interesting to watch. But she also testified that she was terrified it would get turned back around on her. So why go? If you're afraid, it just don't understand. But if you're afraid, her testimony was, I'd gotten these texts and I was very afraid. Then maybe let him write it out and not. Question: can they bring up Amber Heard's W Magazine article where she directly states that she has, quote, trailer park temper? PS, my mom and I love watching you. Hello, Megan and Megan's mom. They can if they want to. They can if they want to. They can ask her, you've previously said this, you've previously said that. The thing is, it's not sworn under oath, so she could say I was trying to be funny, so it might not have a lot of bang for its buck. We've heard in these audios that she has a temper. I think they can ask her more directly about the audios and about her temper, because she definitely rises to temper with him quite a lot. How much latitude does the jury have? All? What if they're not sure he never touched her, but they think her stories are an egregious exaggeration? I think then everyone loses. If they think that they're not sure, like, oh, maybe these things are true, then it's not defamatory. But also, if they think she's exaggerating, then his statements against her are not defamatory. No one defamed anyone. Everyone loses, and the jury can do that. In this week's episode of The Emily Show, which is my podcast, I break down the jury instructions on defamation and believability of witnesses. So I go into that a little bit more, but it's very possible the jury's like, I don't believe anyone defamed anyone. That's a possible outcome here for sure. Priwa says, question, I watched Johnny Depp's testimony and I thought it was interesting that he said during Rum Diary, he helped Amber with her overacting. Do you think the jurors will take note or remember this? Maybe, maybe not. They might just be going on their gut of how it feels to be there. Does Cross of Amber Heard take time off of her or Johnny Depp's team? Cross, so the attorney asking the question is the side who the time counts against. So the longer they go with direct, the more time that's ticking down on Amber's side. And then on cross, that time ticks down on Johnny Depp's side. They know who they're going to call and what they're going to cross. They kind of know what's going to happen so they can apportion appropriate time. They seem to be doing very well at time management. I'm envious of these time management skills. Can Dr. Curry testify in response to Amber Heard's testimony? Yes, she can. On rebuttal, if they want to do that, they might leave it, they might not, but yes, she can. She can watch this testimony. She can be in the courtroom. She can discuss it. She's an expert. Question, will the not released makeup kit come up, you think? I'm waiting to see if makeup comes up today. They've never talked to her about wearing makeup to cover. She just talked about wearing makeup on her arms to cover those cuts or scars, but they haven't really gotten into it. Does anyone on the jury have domestic violence experience? Cult member, I don't think that they would. That would have been sorted out in voir dire, and they might have found that they didn't want those jurors, but it's impossible to know. And not having their own direct experience doesn't mean they couldn't have had a friend with that experience or lived in a household. We didn't see voir dire, so we don't know exactly what experiences the jurors have, but generally the attorneys want someone's experience to come from what the experts testify in court. So some individuals with those experience might be ruled out for this case, but we didn't see voir dire. Question, did you see the Daily Mail article about Amber's PR guy's DUIs and being fired? No, I didn't. I know he previously worked with Ryan Kavanaugh's company, a company, Relativity Media, that we've talked about on the channel related to other lawsuits that I've covered, but I did not see that that's what the Daily Mail said. I'll go take a look at it after this. I have not seen the PR guy in court today. Does this have anything to do with the TMZ link? I mean, the TMZ leak, they can't get to the TMZ leak, so I don't know if they're trying to get out ahead of it. But the PR guy, I haven't seen in court today, which is very, very interesting. So I just have to note, by the way, that there are 69,000 of you watching. Thank you so much. Don't forget to do the YouTube things. So in her mind, if she forgot the date, how can we know anything else is right? It's an argument that they can make. Amber Heard's side is going to say she has PTSD and therefore she's not remembering things. She remembers the instances, but not when in time they are. And Dr. Hughes testified about that as well. Oh, well, these were supposed to be within the last year, but she was oriented to a different time. This is not the multiverse of madness. She's not oriented to a different timeline. But that is what Dr. Hughes said. If she didn't discuss her testimony over break, how does she have all the answers about the correct date? How is that not a self-report? I think they're going to ask her about it. I think they have to, or they can approach and talk about it. I don't know if anything's going to come of it. Hey, Emily. Hey, Oshini, 1109 in Melbourne. And I agree with you. Are they trying to backtrack her lies to make her story make sense? It seems that they're trying to fix it for sure. Is mistaking a date a valid excuse for giving wrong testimony? Some people do validly mistake dates. So I thought it was a Thursday. It's a Tuesday. This is my memory. It's not. It's proper for them to try to fix it. They would normally fix it on redirect. They're trying to fix it today because they had the break to look over it and see the things that were most problematic. I just have to wonder, Bree, I'll have to go look at Twitter. I haven't seen this. I just have to wonder how much of the internet they took into account when the internet was pointing out things that were provably inaccurate. But they know that Depp's team is going to point those things out too. Can they not talk to the judge about how it seems that they did indeed talk over break? They can approach about it, but they don't have they have speculation. So they can ask her about it. Does this fixing her testimony look bad to the jury? I don't know. Can Johnny's team bring it up? I think they will. Can Cross ask if testimony was discussed? Yes, they can. I don't know if they will. Given that Elaine is flustered only about 5 to 10 minutes in, is Camille likely to object knowing that it'll be overruled to further get under her skin? No, it has to be a valid objection and there has to be a valid reason for the objection, but not letting up could be to point out to the jury how ridiculously leading this is. And it could have the side effect of getting under Elaine's skin. How is she able to change testimony without consulting her lawyers? They were asking her very leading questions about it. Just finished work. Any chance a very quick rundown so far today? Harris, I will try to at the lunch break, but the chat might be able to help you out there. Christine said Elaine is flustered because Amber is her client. Fair. Does anyone have a link to Elaine's face when Amber mentions Kate Moss? I saw that floating around the TikToks. It's clear she reviewed testimony with her lawyer. It seems that way, but they're going to have to prove it. If it's obvious to us that they discussed it, can the judge or Johnny Depp's team do anything they can ask about it? Question, if the judge or opposing counsel realizes that they spoke together about testimony, they can talk about it and she can be questioned about it. I don't know what the judge would do. What did the jury do during break last week? They might have gone back to work. They might have worked from home. They might have rested. They shouldn't have been on the internet looking at things about this case, which I think would have been very hard for them. Justin said, good morning, Emily and Law Nerds. Question, can Amber Heard omitting metadata be considered exculpatory evidence? It's not exculpatory evidence that she's omitting metadata, but it might be something that the jury can consider if they're given a jury instruction saying that one side withheld data from the other side. And that's something that the jury can take into consideration and draw a negative inference from, meaning they can say, oh, your side's being shady. So they can take that negative inference and use it. So we'll see, but it's not exculpatory. This isn't a criminal case, so it's not like, aha, if we had the metadata that's been hidden, you would get off and now there's a constitutional violation. It's a civil case. They clearly chose to go forward. The judge had this 6-week period set aside for this trial. If they had continued fighting over the metadata, this might never have gotten to trial. So at some point they made that choice to go ahead, even though they brought the motion. Shay said, I thought they weren't allowed to talk to Amber Heard about the trial during the break. They weren't allowed to talk about her testimony. It's clear she was coached. It seems that way. Why does Elaine get to whine at the judge? Because the judge hasn't shut her down, but I think it looks bad in front of the jury. She does a lot of the like, it's not hearsay. It's the huffing and puffing is, Your Honor, it's not hearsay because it's the huffing and puffing is very odd to me. And I don't know if this is like flopping the way like a soccer player would when somebody like bumps into their toe and they want the ref to see. Like, I don't know if this is puffery for the jury. Like, they're just shutting everything down and they're trying to keep out evidence. Like, I don't know if they think that this performance will work for the jury, but at least for me, it's very off-putting. You guys can tell me how you feel. Are Amber Heard and her lawyers allowed to practice their questions and her responses with her prior to testifying? Yes, they can prep. They can't construct her answers, but they can prep what it's like. She's done depositions, but once she starts testifying, they are not supposed to talk about her testimony at all. Is it not completely obvious that they've been talking about the case? It seems, Miranda, completely obvious to me. So can they address it? We'll see what happens on cross. Can the judge decide she's the one who will decide whether Amber Heard wins or no? Like if things get too messy and out of hand, no. This is a jury case. The jury gets to decide. The judge can't just be like, negative ghostwriter. We're going to go ahead and do a bench trial now. It's a jury trial. So question, during cross, can Johnny Depp's attorneys ask her to retell the story from a particular date and pick apart the differences? I don't know if they would ask such an open-ended question. I think they will go in with the evidence or the testimony they have and the conflicting testimony and ask very direct questions about very specific things. It doesn't make sense to be like, tell it again, tell it again. It again points out to the jury that she's alleging that Johnny Depp has beaten her horrifically. It, I think, is more valuable. You say you were pummeled. This is the only picture you have, yes or no? And those kinds of things. Do you think we'll get to cross today? This is going very slow. I don't know. But we've gotten past the birthday party. We're just at Coachella. We haven't gotten to the divorce yet. We haven't gotten to the TRO really yet. So I don't know. I hope we get to cross this afternoon. And if they're smart, they will get to cross after the lunch break or after the afternoon break for like an hour to like get a taste of what cross is like, but then have the break for the rest of the night to prepare. I think that would be a smart plan if they're almost done. Currently hyperfixated, me too, on this trial. He has ADHD, so wouldn't taking Adderall have helped him? Yep. Can they use that in court? Yep. I also have ADHD and I'm offended by how it makes our meds look bad. She is trying to say that he was all hyped up on speed. In the doctor notes, it's very clear he's been diagnosed with ADHD and was given Adderall for that. He also talked about her stealing his Adderall. So she's obviously saying that he's just all hyped up on speed. Any repercussions for discussing testimony? Yes, it's a violation of a court's order, so the court can look into it or hold a hearing to look into it. I don't know if we will get that far. Those are potentialities that we might not get. Caleb said first time in the channel from the Legal Eagles. Is it possible that these photos could be photoshopped? That's what Johnny Depp's team is going to argue with some of the photos. So welcome to the Law Nerds. Kevin, good to see you. Can this testimony be thrown out if it was discussed? Or would there be a jury instruction? Possibly a jury instruction, but also there could be a hearing and other issues.
Okay. Sure.
So they asked the judge to approach. Your Honor, it is clear that this testimony has been discussed. There's so much leading. It sounds like Elaine's testifying. Yes. And yes, I think it will be negative to the jury because that's not what Depp's attorneys did on direct. That's not what we saw. Let's see. It looks like everybody stepped out to go to the bathroom. I'm going to check my Twitter in a minute and see if there's been any updates from the law tubers. Again, if you're not following them, Law and Lumber, Runkle the Bailey, and the DUI guy are in court today. So I don't know if when they step out that they will be active on Twitter or popping around, but just that's where they are. Texas as hell said DVSA survivor. What bothers me is she is not at all triggered, even with the audios. I've seen PTSD. I've not seen PTSD at all. I would be so upset, shaking, etc. It's everyone's experience. I will say everyone's experience is different, but a lot of them have commonalities. And there are some big commonalities missing here, including her saying the house isn't the problem. The place isn't the problem. And I can speak from my own experience, even from cases I've worked. There are cases I've worked that are still very much affect me. And there was a time I was driving by one of the intersections of one of those cases and had to pull over because I had a full fucking panic attack in my car. I wasn't there when it happened. I was just the prosecutor on the case, and it affected me that much. So it's odd for me from my own experiences to hear her say, the house isn't the problem. That is very inconsistent, not with my own personal experience, but also with what I've seen from other victims of crime, not just DV crimes, but assaultive crimes. People who are assaulted at a workplace or assaulted at a bus stop being like, I can't walk by there. It's odd testimony for me. It's just odd. So is the plaintiff allowed to simply ask Amber, did you discuss your testimony during break? They can. We'll see if they do. Uniform cuts from glass, sus. With a lot of things. How does a trial make it to being public? Motions in court. Johnny Depp's team wanted cameras in the courtroom. Courts are public. They're open and available. Each court has its own rules about cameras in the courtroom and when they're appropriate, etc. And Johnny Depp's team made that motion, and that motion was granted. So we have cameras in this courtroom. In federal courts, they generally don't. In state courts, it's a possibility. I don't know what Elaine is saying, but the body language is like, but Your Honor, of course we didn't coach her. This is becoming a mess, though, with the leading, and the judge has already been very, very about it today. So Carla, that's a great question. Thank you. Do you think she is focusing on the jury because they're mostly men? I don't know. I don't think she's trying to manipulate with them with her looks. That's not how I'm reading it. This is just me personally. I'm reading it as checking in. Are you believing me? Are you hearing what I'm saying? Yes, right? I saw a number of these people in line yesterday from DUI guys video. It's nice to see the pan of the courtroom, but I think it's checking in with the jury and looking for approval. She talked with her lawyers and practiced during the break. I mean, she's presenting differently. She went and just talked to Amber, and and that's outside of the presence of the jury. So reminding Amber, look, you have to get it together. There are things you can't say. And I see a lot of you super chatted to say that your experiences. What is going on with her? What is going on with your face? A lot of you have super chatted that it was different. Are they allowed to coach this much during the break? It seems odd. Didn't Dr. Hughes say AH admitted to cutting? I don't remember, but I think so. Can Johnny's lawyers ask? Yes. What does non-responsive mean? It means that the answer is not a response to the question. So if you asked, hey, did you get in your car on Tuesday? And the answer is, so that morning he stood up and slapped me in the face. It's like, that's not responsive. The question was, did you get in your car on Tuesday? We didn't ask what happened before that or after. So when the question is specific and the answer is something else, that's a non-responsive answer. It's something they haven't used a ton, but they're starting to use. Katie, it would have to be brought to the attention of the court. Question, would a DV victim be displaying their injuries like Amber Heard appears to be? I can't speak to that. I've seen a lot of people try to hide things, but at some point she's an actress and has to be in public. So I don't know if she would make an excuse or use makeup. It's the description of how they happened vis-a-vis how they look is odd for me. Just that's all. It's just odd. Question, how can the PIC's arm scars be correlated to DV? She's saying that they're from the glass in Australia. That's what her testimony is. So that's where we're getting. Why does this seem a little bit behind Sky News? Get it together.
What, if any, contact did you have with Mr. Depp during the
we
period
are
from
back.
April 21 to May 21, 2016?
I had no
This is
physical
leading up
contact with
to the
him.
TRO.
Okay. I'm going to take you to May 2nd, 2016.
And these foundational
the Met
meetings
Gala.
can be
you please
objectionable,
just
but
briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is. And
objection
what's
asked and
involved.
answered. You already did that last week.
It's arguably the biggest fashion kind of celebrity event, red carpet event of the year. It happens every year in New York City.
In May.
Were you invited?
I was invited. Typically, designers.
Were you invited as a guest of Johnny?
Will invite
or on your own?
People in the public eye to be their, guest, and they will typically dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a celebrity world, and it's a big event held at the museum every year.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do to prepare for that Met Gala?
Well, Johnny and I were we were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren, and Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. But we were planning on going together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it. I had it's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number.
What does his team have to do with your phone?
I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would show up. No
You
one
didn't
would
know
talk to
his
me
number?
on his team. No one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, on the carpet or if
To
he'd
the
show up
fitting or
at
to the Met
the
Gala?
hotel shortly before. I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did.
So they were talking about the
got out of
fitting?
the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by somebody from Ralph Lauren's team. And I sat next to an empty place setting for Johnny that they cleared as soon as we realized that he effectively
Interesting
stood me
detail.
up on the carpet.
Who did you meet at the Met Gala?
I was standing in line
Musk?
right in front of a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking. And he had reminded me that we had met once before.
What?
He was with his mother.
It was Elon Musk. I didn't recognize him. His
And did you
mother,
strike
by the
up a
way,
friendship with
is
Mr.
goals.
Musk after that?
We
I wanna
did.
be Elon's mom when I grow up. She's
As I
cool.
mentioned, we spoke on the red carpet, kind of on the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice, and he sat next to me. Well, not next to me. He sat kind of in a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
I'm going to, Michelle, can you pull up
Michelle's
Plaintiff's
the real
Exhibit
queen.
46?
That's
It's
all
already
very
in
odd.
evidence. It's Aaron Filati's notes. And I'm going to ask you to go to page 30.
Interesting with Elon. She didn't say his last name, which was very strange to me. She's
And
like, I
I'm
didn't
gonna direct
recognize
your
him. Stop
attention
it.
to the entry for 5/11/2016,
That's leading.
where it says,
Don't read it into the, okay.
Here we go. Let me see if I can do some reasonable.
Can you do some
highlighting
reasonable
here.
questioning? Elaine.
Okay. It says client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs,
5/11/16.
mushrooms and MDMA on 5/9/2016 at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Client reported that her husband was not aware of the male visitor nor her illicit drug use.
Well, at least
Do you
they were
see that?
addressing some bad things
Yes,
for her.
I do.
Who was the high-profile male acquaintance that visited your home on 5/9/2016?
I talked about it at the break. It depends if it comes to
I don't
court's
recall
attention.
even being in LA at that time.
Where were you?
I don't recall.
I wasn't in LA.
I believe I was in London at the time.
Okay. Did you have a male
Yes, Jessica, I think so
high-profile
too.
client at your home in or around 5/9/2016?
Not around that date. It seems like it's a wrong date.
Okay. And did you
Wait.
use illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile client?
No, I did that at the Coachella Music
Wait, is she saying
Festival,
she
and
has clients?
That was the end of that. I learned the hard way. that
Her
that was a
high-profile
terrible idea.
clients, Elaine. You
Alright.
didn't mean that the way
Well,
it sounded.
While we are
Girl.
on the.
They're trying to say that the nursing notes are wrong, but she relied on her therapy notes.
I'm going to refer
Weird.
to the Coachella, which is up above. And it says it states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and
This was during
high
the
for at
trip.
least 24
Coachella
hours
Music
straight.
Festival. That was
Were
during
you
the
high
trip.
for at least 24 hours straight?
No, I was
They're-
not. I felt
Oh.
awful, but I was at home feeling awful. At home, meaning at the hotel.
She did. She
with
said
my best
high-profile
friend
male
in bed.
client.
Okay. Well, while I'm still on these notes, let's
They're trying
go.
to
I
say
know,
the nursing notes are wrong.
While Aaron Filati was
Interesting.
testifying, we recall the
leading.
5/21/2016 isn't on here. You'd sent her pictures, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Then let's go to 5/26/2016.
So they're trying to
And it
impeach the
says,
nursing
client
notes.
reports having the hardest week of my life. Client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity she has received. And then if we can jump that up, Michelle, to the next page.
But-
surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD.
But we should
Do
all
you see that?
I do.
we should all
Okay.
believe
When
The other
did you
notes.
go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So that
after
was
this.
the day after Aaron Filati's note saying you just had the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Okay. While we are still on this one, let's go up to the first page
they're trying to impeach the nurse notes.
for the client
That's
history.
an interesting choice. The nurse is wrong. The nurse is Johnny Depp's hired gun.
When did you provide
nurse is
a
wrong.
client history to Aaron Filati?
I didn't know that.
Never.
When did you first get assigned Aaron Filati?
Assigned.
I believe September of
I
2014.
didn't know that.
Okay. Now it says here that client reports a history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor.
I'm glad they're getting ahead of
When
this.
did you
I'm just
have
surprised the way they're
substance-
doing
a
it.
history of substance abuse, including addiction to cocaine and liquor?
I did not. There's a lot of mistakes in here.
There's
Did
a
you
lot
ever
of mistakes
use
in here.
cocaine?
I have. I used cocaine a few times when I was 18,
Huh.
19 years old.
She said it was
but
abhorrent last
Stopped
week.
using any drugs, including cocaine, when I got into a relationship with my ex-partner. She was very against that, and I'm glad for it.
Okay. Then it also says here that where am I? Move up a little. Here we go. Client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. When have you had an eating disorder?
I've never had an eating disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
I've never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with codependence issues?
I have never been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably at the time, from where I stand now, I can see that the relationship I was in with Johnny was certainly codependent.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right. And then can we move up a little bit more, Michelle?
Ooh, this is
Thank
an
you.
interesting approach.
It has, per report from JD, Debbie RN, Dr. Kipper, client
From
AH
Johnny
has
Depp's Debbie's
reportedly
nurse.
been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. Were you present for this being reported to Ms. Filati?
It's a report
No,
from
this
the
is the
others.
Detox.
Okay.
This is Johnny's.
How do we know this is Johnny's
And it
detox? There's
also
no
says
date.
your mood has been labile.
Oh, up here.
What, if any, outbursts of anger and rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
Objection calls for expert
None that she
testimony.
would have
She doesn't
seen.
know what
None.
labile
I
means.
was there for Johnny's detox. This is what Johnny was going through. This is not me.
And at the time of the detox, was Erin Filati your nurse yet?
No, I didn't know her and she wasn't there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Her fiance,
You can
JD, has a
take this
history of
down, Michelle.
substance.
Now, I'm going to take you to May 21,
odd tactic.
2016.
Because Nurse
And I'd like you to
Filati is the
describe
only
for the
one who
jury
saw
what
injuries
took
on her
place
ever.
that evening in connection with Mr. Depp.
So impeaching it is very odd. Oh yeah, it doesn't look like
Johnny and I
he's in
had
court
not seen
today.
each other for the better part of a month, or about a month. I was traveling. I had just shot a campaign
strange.
in Italy. I spoke to him around that time when I was in Italy. I had gotten a phone. My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I had communicated with Johnny. He, on that phone call, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety,
No.
I didn't know where his state was. I didn't know
A
what
nurse wouldn't lie about these
state
things.
he was in. And when I spoke to him, he was saying what I can only just, he was going on about scientists and DNA and
Yep.
feces
Jacob.
that he had
Oh,
had
feces.
some scientific analysis done and DNA analysis done, and that and as soon as I heard about this
Wait, finish the
feces, he
sentence.
thought that was a prank, and he was going on about all the
There's the poop.
scientists that he had conferred about the DNA results with. Just thought he was out of his mind, and thought clearly the drinking and the drugs are not getting better.
He said he
Clearly the
DNA'd the
delusions
poop.
aren't better. So
Objection
kind
calls
of-
for speculation.
It does. It does.
It's
But
not
I
about the truth of the matter. We're talking about what her.
if it doesn't go to the truth,
Please
why is it
continue.
relevant?
So I
No, the objection was
I
sustained.
hung up from that phone call, assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty Sue. We made a plan, Johnny and I,
Hi,
for
Katie.
him to come
Hi,
over.
Becky.
He said he really needed his wife. He had lost his mother and he missed his wife. He really needed his wife. He said it over and over again. I felt torn. I felt conflicted. I didn't think,
This has to be his mom
obviously,
passing.
the situation hadn't gotten better with Johnny mentally, and I was afraid that all the work and progress and distance I had finally got on the relationship for the first time. I had a month of distance on it, I didn't want that to be undone, but I also wanted to be, I was affected by the fact that his mother had passed. So he said he wanted to come over and talk about that, and he said he needed his wife, and we made a plan. We made a plan for him to come over during the day, thinking
think
that
so
that
too,
might
Colleen.
mitigate the amount that he would be drinking night is a little bit more dangerous.
Hmm.
And
Interesting choice of words.
in the early evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there, or that he's there.
So she
I
has a
think it was
phone
around
again?
7:15 or so.
When did we get a phone?
And he came over, and we sat on the couch, and at first it was relatively peaceful. I mean, I could tell he was inebriated, but makes sense. In my head, it made sense. It
made sense he had a drink after his mother
incoherent.
died?
It was peaceful. And then he starts talking about the feces again, and this prank that
Back
he
to the poop.
said
Here we
one
go.
of my friends had left for him in my bed that he wasn't going to be at. And I tried to point out how that didn't make any sense. I'm not even going to be there. I wasn't there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something a bunch of 30-year-old women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So
There it is.
I text my friend that it's
Objection, hearsay.
Don't tell the jury what you texted your friend, but
Thank you
go to the next
for
thing. What did you do
subscribing.
next?
It dinged.
I called my friend thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was having. And I thought, oh, I'll hopefully, quell this by calling my friend to if he hears
Is the
my
photo
friend
gonna have to
say
come in?
that didn't happen.
Objection,
maybe
Your Honor,
we can-
hearsay.
It is.
It's not offering to prove the
Overruled.
truth of it. Thank
Okay.
you. Please continue.
So I thought if I could get my friend on the phone to prove that this didn't happen, we could move on and talk about the issues that we should be talking about. Our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I call this friend thinking that we'll take care of it. The friend doesn't answer.
That's a good point.
I
Life's
call
journey.
another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I called that person. And that person is on
I know.
speakerphone. And I
Tell us
say,
who that person is.
Io.
Io, tell it right?
Io, tell it right.
Okay. And then you put him on speakerphone with Johnny.
Right in front of Johnny.
Okay. And what happened next?
I allowed for an opportunity for Io to say why this is impossible.
Objection,
It's
hearsay.
not offered to prove the truth of the matter, is asserted,
Then
Your Honor.
why
It's
is it
explaining the
relevant?
context that leads to the next acts.
Then why is it relevant?
It is being offered
We're
to
not
prove that
here, we're not here
no,
about whether Io,
I'll sustain
on
the
the bench.
objection. Next question.
Oh
All right.
my. Umbridge is yelling at the court.
all right, so Io is talking. You can't tell us what he said. Okay. he's
Objection, Your
talking,
Honor.
Correct?
may we approach?
Okay.
That's appropriate. Ooh. Did you hear that? It sounded like Umbridge pushed the mic out of the way, and I've switched to the split screen so we can see it. Somebody's got water. But
So
they are approaching because
Io
Umbridge is
talking.
getting.
We can't say what he said. What is the next thing that happens on your end with Mr. Depp?
This has been a problem this whole trial.
It just made Johnny madder. He got more upset, grabbed the phone, and started screaming at Io. He just started screaming at the top of his lungs, said, "You dyke bitch, you don't know what you're talking," just screaming expletives, insulting names, and telling Io that he can have me and, fuck off, and just screaming at him. It's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone,
She
down
can
on the
describe
couch
Depp's details.
and heads upstairs. I pick up the phone and try to, apologize for
We're not
the
even
fact that
close to
my
that, Andrew.
husband
but yes,
at
it
this
can
point just
happen.
screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to think that's why I had called Io, to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy, for lack of a better explanation. It sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's to show what caused Mr. Depp to be set off and come back. I mean, it's not offered
Now
to
she's
prove the
testifying.
truth of what he's saying. It's not hearsay. In that
I'll overrule the
nature.
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Please tell us what Io said and what then happened with Mr. Depp.
They're using it to
Io
explain
said, Amber,
the context.
get out of the house. Get out of the house now. You're not safe. Get
Io's the
out
one who
of that
called the
house.
police. So they're trying to lead up to the calling of the police.
Io had been there after the cleanup or for the cleanup after December 15th, 2015 incident. And had
Objection,
washed
Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
pillowcases.
All right.
I think she can provide the
I'll
context.
sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Move
So
on.
please continue.
No,
Johnny
the objection's
hears this.
sustained. You don't
When he's on
continue.
the
You move
stairs,
on.
He made it up one flight of stairs.
This
Heard
today
this,
is just a
turned
shit
around,
show. I'm
came
tired.
bolting down the stairs. Grabbed the phone from my hand.
This is
and
leading up to
really,
the police being called.
Really started screaming this time. Led into Io, called Io every imaginable horrible name that you can say to a LGBTQIA person for one, and any person, any human being ever. I mean, just screamed at Io. Some really nasty stuff. And when he was done, he says, you know, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her, you can have her. And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face.
This is the phone throwing
Hit me
before the
Right
TRO.
in it felt like my eye.
Do you
I
expect
put
Io to
my
testify after
head
this?
in
Because if
my
Io doesn't
hands
testify, it's going to be a mess.
Immediately start crying. I said, you hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me. And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react. You know, I didn't
She
even have time.
says
my
this
hands
exactly
up. I was
about
still
everything.
Sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch. And I haven't seen him for a month. And several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me. And I didn't even have time to react to this. He comes over to me as I'm crying. And he does that taunting thing to me. He says, oh, yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah?
I've not
And
heard that on
he
any other
just
recordings, though.
Feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy ringed hand landed on top of my skull, grabs me by the hair, yanks me up off the couch. I'm struggling to stand up. And
Just
I don't
trigger
know
warning.
if he was intending to hit me in the face, or if
Descriptions
he
of
was just trying to
alleged
grab my
domestic
face,
abuse.
but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if I pull your hair back? What if I pull your hair back? And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to prevent him from landing the blows to my face. I'm trying to prevent my face from being exposed. And I just remember this mocking taunt he was doing with me as he is yanking me around the room. And then I hear my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. He lets go of me and turns. And
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the neighboring apartment, she came in, and Johnny moved towards her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel and Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got in front of Johnny. She kind of managed to get right in front of him, in between he and I. And I'll never forget it. Just very slowly, calm,
She says
very,
that a lot. I'll never forget it.
Very slow, but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way. Just put both of her arms, her hands up. like this. And like I've seen people do with horses, that's what it reminded me of. She just went, no, no, Johnny, no. And she just
Well, that's
got in
hearsay too.
front of us, in between us, put both of her palms out. Johnny kind of squared off to her, ran into her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly, very calmly, very directly. He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that and barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me, next to me. She was sitting on my left next to me on the couch. I just feel her arms around me.
Wait, she wasn't
And
on
I'm
the
just
couch.
looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when
They
Johnny,
were just standing.
who I can see partially and
How?
hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times, so loudly. The next thing I hear is, boss, boss. And I realize that his 2 security guards had come into the apartment after Raquel. I see them or hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, boss, boss. And I get up off the
So is
couch
Jerry.
and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted at all.
I'll sustain the objection.
But it is.
All right.
It's
So
the
don't tell
statement.
us what you
a
said to
party.
Jerry, just what happened
Don't
next.
coach her, Elaine. It looks bad.
then they tell him something. And
It's hearsay as to what you tell
picks
them.
up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is Mr.
Magnum.
Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry,
oh, goodness,
Johnny.
the
Okay.
leading.
And starts.
I mean, we
smashing
couldn't
things
understand
off
what she was saying, but the
nightstand,
leading.
the coffee table, starts screaming, and they kind of. I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can kind of just sense and feel and sound and hear things smashing as he exits
Not yet.
the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and breaking things on the way. And
I don't think we'll see Raquel testify.
realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past it. And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I
'Cause they lived
stayed
there too.
for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
I believe it was
Objection calls for
Io.
speculation.
Your Honor, this is, we have to have the context.
We don't
here
have
of
to have
somebody
the
called
context.
police, because
Somebody
then the
called the-
police come. So I think we have to.
Elaine,
it's not offered
this
again to
speaking
prove
objection.
The truth of the matter asserted, it's just who called the police.
Your Honor, the objection is not hearsay. It's
The objection is speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
I'll
Okay.
sustain the objection.
All
Next
right.
question.
Did you have?
Elaine
a
is testifying at this
Were you
point.
present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking if she was
I'll
present.
sustain the objection. Next question.
She's asking her to move on.
Did you call 911?
No.
Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
She's not
Do you
allowed to
know
lead
whether
this
Rocky
much.
called
She's a
911?
mess right now.
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
She, because she told you.
All right,
So,
so
still foundation.
what happens,
but
when did you learn
Camille's like,
that the police had been called?
when they showed up, I would guess.
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do.
And that
I panicked. I
contradicts
called
the police testimony.
I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then what, without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
At what
And
time at night is
Had you known
this?
this domestic relations attorney before then?
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
This is all before the police show.
I told the police
So many
officers who
questions.
arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
It is offered to prove the truth of the matter, though.
Objection.
If it's not
Thank
offered to prove the truth at this
I'm
point,
sorry,
why is
could you
it
repeat that?
relevant, though?
I repeated to the officers, I refused to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did you call your publicist that night?
No,
Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look,
They talked about the place
At-
being trashed, though.
some pictures. But
I think
before
IO,
get
Lisa, I think
there,
IO
want
called
to
911. That's
just ask you a
the evidence
couple
I
of
remember.
questions leading up.
But they talk
What
about the
were you
place being
doing when
trashed,
your
and that's
police
not
officers
what the
arrived?
police said.
when at that time when after I learned that they were coming,
I don't think going to
Um,
testify, but to
my
offer it for the
best
truth,
friend
yes. But
took
IO can't
pictures of me.
testify.
we took
Photos.
pictures of the house and my face.
Okay. I'm going to, and did your best friend take any pictures while the officers were there?
This is Rocky, the
We
best
took
friend at the time.
pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay,
We took pictures throughout.
okay.
Before,
So
during, and
I'm
after.
going to take you, now, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 706? I think we can do the native on this one. Yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
No objection.
706 in evidence and published?
And would you please describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
Okay. I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendant's 708.
I think if IO and Rocky don't testify, it's a big
And
problem for Amber
Does this
Heard's
accurately
side.
depict the
Yes.
scene portrayed in this picture?
There's
Yes,
body
it
cam
does.
showing the house
All
was
right.
fine.
And
Yep.
I also
there
see
is.
that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How
No.
do you get that on a picture? How does that
Objection.
happen? Can you
It
just
calls for
describe briefly?
speculation out.
Objection, Your Honor.
Calls for
That's
expert testimony.
speculation, lack of
If you
foundation.
want to approach.
Yeah.
That calls for expert testimony. How is she going to testify about how the metadata gets somewhere when she doesn't know? But this is potentially opening the door for them to get much more into the metadata on cross. I don't know why her attorneys are trying to go down this road of saying, do you see the little metadata down there, and trying to introduce metadata that you would generally need an expert for. It's like in a criminal case. If somebody brings into court or brings in a photo of a white substance in a baggie, you can't just have somebody be like, oh, well, it looks like cocaine, therefore it's cocaine. There has to be lab testing and expert testimony. It's the same with metadata. You can't just be like, oh, it's metadata. If you took the photo yourself, you can say, I remember taking the photo on this day. This is how I remember. If the metadata contradicts it, then you get into it. But we know there's a pending motion for sanctions based on metadata not being turned over. Amber Heard has not been established as an expert in how phones capture metadata on images, and metadata again being the kind of behind the scenes data from a photo or a piece of data. So it's just ridiculous seeing her try to get into this. Do you know how that gets there? It's all speculative. It calls for an expert, and it's inappropriate for Amber Heard to try to say that she knows more than she does. But it's also opening the door to get
Can
into
you please explain how this
what's not been turned over.
particular item on here got onto the pictures?
It's a
Interesting.
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And was that pushed in these instances?
I
of these
pushed
pictures?
info, and that's what came up.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 708.
Any objection to 708?
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds
Your Honor,
for the
is
metadata,
It is
alleged
hearsay.
metadata.
Okay.
Wait, they're approaching again. Also, Camille's outfit's really cute today. But they would generally need business records because you're going to try to say that what's being said in this metadata is true. They're offering it to prove the date, but without a business records exception, you don't know if the phone's been altered, if the date's been set differently, and they don't have that information here. And this is what's going to bite them in the ass in not turning this stuff over based on, again, what is in Depp's team's motion for sanctions. In Depp's team's motion for sanctions, we see that they did not get all of that information. So let's see what happens now. Hey, Kyla. Could Amber's lawyer be held in contempt of court for harassment? No, the court would have to admonish her.
All right.
And we're a long way from that.
Okay, that's fine.
What is happening, Umbridge? Where did you go? I want to see where Umbridge went. Nobody is showing me.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
I don't
Any
think so.
objection to that?
There still needs to be another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay.
So no, not yet. You would have to get to the court specifically admonishing the attorney. And again,
Thank you.
zealous advocacy is what is allowed. So that's, the court is mindful that zealous advocacy is what
Okay,
is allowed.
708 with the redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would also like the record
don't
to
seem to
reflect
understand.
that we're publishing this to the jury.
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Now the jury
There you
knows
go.
though that they've redacted
Okay.
out
I
information.
would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon.
Objection,
No,
Your Honor.
objection.
That is,
Your Honor,
She's
we
testifying.
couldn't
That
identify
misstates the
him.
evidence.
Hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Your Honor,
was
we
shown.
ask that we
as
approach.
that
Okay, we can approve.
She's now testifying. Umbridge is now testifying in court. That is appalling. We would like the record to reflect that is appalling. Come on, Umbridge. That's just gross. That A should be stricken, but now she's speaking over the objection in court. At this point, the court should be admonishing her, but it's wild.
So
This
for
is
the
wild.
record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in both of
In the
the
deposition.
depositions that were shown earlier where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet because they hadn't been admitted. Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's a picture of my face taken that evening, shortly before 9:30, after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Now we can take this one down and let's go to Defendant's
Yes, you
Exhibit
can
709.
adjust the info, and that's the problem, and that's why it's not allowed to be shown.
And based on the court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that, Michelle, please.
Based on the court's ruling that you have not called in who you need to prove the info. However, doing this in front of the jury, Depp's team is trying to keep it out, but doing it in front of the jury will give, again, like we've seen from Amber Heard's PR team already, give them room to
I move
argue.
the admission
They're
of
trying to keep
709.
out evidence. They're hiding the ball from the
objection?
jury.
Not with rejections.
And
Thank you.
that is
709 with
something
redactions and evidence.
that Depp's team needs to be aware of if it seems like they're hiding things.
And Your Honor,
from
for
the
the
jury.
record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer
In the
Haddon as
deposition.
Exhibit 25 for both of their depositions.
And they said it looked like she had
Amber, could you
redness from
please describe
crying.
for the jury what's depicted here.
That is my face after the phone incident. It's that night.
All right, let's bring defendant 710, please.
So having Elaine try to speak over is not just telling the court, the jury's also hearing her saying, this is why this, and this is why this, and this is why the metadata. So now the jury knows that something's been redacted out that shows the date. And I don't know if
Your
they
Honor,
will
I'm
know
gonna
the
move
importance
admission
of why
Exhibit
that's
710.
hearsay.
The redactions have been already placed
All right.
on it.
Any objection?
No objection,
All right,
thank you.
710 with redactions, you can publish.
If we could publish, Your Honor. And for the record, this photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit 26 for both of their depositions. And please
She's
describe for the jury
again trying to
what's
say that the
depicted here,
police
Amber.
were wrong and they have an expert,
That is my face.
they
and,
said, that's going to talk like it.
Yeah, a different light that same evening after Johnny hit me with the phone.
I thought he threw it at you.
Let's go ahead and go to defendants
I mean, I
exhibit
guess that's
711.
parsing words, but interesting. And the officers, all the officers said it looked like she had been crying. They said in opening statements that they're going to have a expert come in and talk about why the officers should have
And I'm
taken a
going to
police
move the
report, should have
admission
taken
of,
photos, et cetera, et
711,
cetera.
Your Honor, with the redactions.
All right, any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 711 with redactions, evidence, publish.
And for the record, Your Honor, for the jury's purposes, this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is another angle, another lighting of my face after the phone
And
that evening.
And when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yep.
I said, what'd she do?
Go overrule.
Thank you.
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, really dark in some places. Anyway, so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
And why did you take the pictures?
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops
That's
were coming,
speculative.
and we knew we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here, they were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't
That
sure
was a
what was going to
clever
happen, what the police
ad.
were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say, so she wanted to protect me.
Okay.
That's
So
speculative, but
let's go ahead and bring up 712.
I think also for Depp's team, it works to their favor. Oh, your friend's trying to protect you. So I think that's fair. Let's pull it up. I'm trying, like,
I'll move the admission of 712, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 712 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
we've already seen
And
that.
Please describe what's depicted here.
Looks like the exact same photo we've already seen.
That is another picture of my face.
Looks exactly the same as the
taken around the
previous
same
defense
time.
exhibit.
Okay. And then let's go to 713.
A lot of evidentiary fights this morning. And the metadata is properly kept out again, though. That could go against Depp's team if the
Will the
jury
admission
feels
of
like things are
713,
being
Your Honor?
hidden.
Any objection?
And that can be a problem
No
for
objection.
All right,
Depp's team.
713 with redactions, you can publish.
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well as Exhibit 29 to both of their depositions. And just describe briefly to the jury what this is.
This is another picture of my face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on, or an additional light turned on
So with more
in the
light.
previous one.
Okay. Let's go to 714.
Oh, man. Today's already getting wild.
Move the admission of 714, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 714 with redactions, you can publish.
And Please tell the jury what this depicts.
And these again will
This
all be on
is,
the court's website.
Another angle of my face or another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay.
And that's her
Take that
getting
down.
again
Let's
that
go to
dig of
7:15.
I can't see the time. I'm not sure. That's again saying this has been redacted, which is clever for her to do in her testimony. How the jury will read it, I don't know, but it's clever for her to be like, I can't see it. Just like Johnny Depp said, looks staged, but I don't have the metadata. That's fair. Both of them have done it in this.
I'm
So-
going to move the admission of 7:15, Your Honor.
I wanna see
No
it.
objection.
All right, 7:15 with redactions in evidence. You publish.
Thank you. And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both. Please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
That is a picture of my face. Some point later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment or in the apartment that she was staying in.
Okay. And let's go to 7:16.
Interesting. So we're going to get
Move the
this
admission
whole
of
swath of photos,
7:16.
all of them redacted, and they're going to argue again about the
No
metadata.
objection,
So
Your
you
Honor.
guys can,
All right. 7:16.
see how you think. They knew that these photos were coming in.
And Amber,
Um,
could you please tell the jury what this picture
They are going to try
depicts?
to insinuate that the police should have
Yes,
done more
it's
with
the
an
business
expert.
card that one of the police officers left for me in case I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And they said that.
And,
A radio call of
with
dispute,
the pictures
refused
that we
report,
have just
advised can
seen
call at
before
later
this, were they
time if
taken
changes mind.
before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left after, or do you know?
I
Objection,
think
compound,
It's
and
not,
calls for
Your Honor,
speculation.
compound is only,
Overruled.
thank you.
Umbridge
they-
is
we
fighting
took
back with the court.
pictures
to
before-
sentence me.
during and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before, at the time of this, before this card
Oh
was
my
presented
God.
to you and you took the picture, after, or do you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I
Uh-huh.
can't tell exactly.
Again,
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
I-
Okay.
this
and
is
then I'm
again
gonna
going
ask you to
towards-
Take this one down and go to 7:17.
they're not letting you see the info, so I can't say. And that's not, I wonder how much they prepped her for that. Thank you so much, Nicole. That's a really kind super chat. And we will be, after this trial, we will be spending some family
And I'm
time. So
going
thank you.
to ask you, I'm going to move the admission of
Umbridge
7:17,
seems
Your Honor.
Any
flustered.
objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 7:17 is redacted in evidence. Published.
Thank you.
They were
And
showing,
please just briefly describe
Jillian,
to
it's
the
a great
jury what this
question.
is.
They were showing the pictures at the
two
deposition.
officers that
saying, but isn't this the redness you
first
saw?
responded left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
The officers said, we saw redness consistent with
Can you-
crying.
Tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers, just describing what you observed.
We'll see, Kelly. We'll see
as
what
they
happens
came
in closing.
Uh,
It's going to be a fight.
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband ask them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands who was Raquel's fiance at that time.
His name is Josh Drew, and he and
Michelle will get
Raquel
into that.
lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Because I
Elaine Bredehoff, Amber Heard's
wanted to
attorney,
protect Johnny.
reminds me of
I
Umbridge.
didn't want him to be arrested.
He
I
wasn't
didn't want him to
there.
be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know.
You went for a TRO the next
I
day.
didn't want
with
this to
TMZ
come
there.
out. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want this to be. I wanted to protect Johnny.
Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1374.
And to be fair, that is a lot. That is a very common reason to not report things. individuals do try to protect their abusers, especially if they are the primary breadwinner. That is not uncommon that people don't report abuse. I don't know if that's what happened in this case, but that is not uncommon. But if she wanted to protect everyone, the things after maybe
Move the
don't
admission of 1374A,
speak
Your
to
Honor.
that.
Any objection?
No objection.
1374 in evidence, 1374A in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Amber, what is this?
Glitter.
It's another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at it.
And then let's go to 1493T.
And I think the reason they're not fighting so hard on these pictures is because, again, they're going to cross-examine on it, and they don't think, I imagine Johnny's team, this is my speculation as a lawyer, but I think Johnny's team doesn't think these photos show what they think they show. And so they're going to come in. They're not going to come in with the metadata that's hearsay, that doesn't have proper foundation.
Move the admission of
But
1493T.
these photos don't
No
hurt
objection.
All
them.
right, 1493.
These photos show what the police saw when the police
And
said
what
her
does
face
this
was
depict?
consistent with crying.
This is a picture of
From when?
my face
But that's in a
after
different
that
spot
incident.
than the
Perhaps
redness.
by the lighting, it
Perhaps.
looks like it might have been taken the next day, but I can't be tell. I mean, I can't tell for sure.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493S.
That was an interesting catch. I don't know what she was trying to say. I can't. That was interesting. She's been fussing with this eye all day.
And move the admission of 1493S.
I also get
No
very
objection.
red when I
Alright,
cry. My eyes
1493S
get
and
very
evidence.
puffy when I cry,
And what does this depict?
like till the next day.
And this is another picture of my eye and side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the property that you described, Mr. Depp, destroying or damaging?
This is an excellent point,
Yes, there
Kayla.
were.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 700?
It'll be interesting to see the damage that the police say they didn't see.
Based on your
This
Honor's
is a great
rulings,
point.
we will take
They talked
off
about
that
having somebody come
metadata.
clean every day. And half of her testimony is like, I was looking at the carpet and it was just so dirty. Yeah. Pam said my face gets redder when I work out. I mean, when I cry, my face is a mess.
Move
There's
the
snot
admission
and
of
swelling
Defendant's
and
Exhibit
it's just
700.
not cute.
No objection with redaction.
She was so upset she
700
brought
with
James Franco to the
redaction.
penthouse the following day for some canoodling.
Can you please
That'll
describe
probably
to
come
the
up.
jury what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays to show these bead necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse 5, to kind of
Up
set
here like
up
this?
those display racks.
Is that the
They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things, as he does.
And this depicts some of that damage?
Yeah.
oh, the
he-
leading.
Security let him in, even though I had asked
Objection, Your
security
Honor,
not to.
speculation
I don't think that was speculation.
and lack of foundation.
You don't get to decide that,
Oh,
Elaine.
you also see it as a
The
foundation.
body cam footage is already in as evidence. The body cam footage is there.
What's depicted, what's the damage that was done?
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me. I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only purpose for him to be let into penthouse 5 in that state, he doesn't have property in there. The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it. And they, of course, let him into penthouse 5
Objection, Your
so that
Honor,
he could go.
Yes, ma'am.
lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the
It
objection.
also
Next
calls,
question.
it's also
Just tell the
speculative.
jury what he did here that's depicted. in
Did you
this.
see
This
it?
is just a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with this bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of things.
Objection, Your Honor, this is speculation.
All
She
right.
hasn't established that she was there.
Yeah, there's no foundation for it at all.
I'll sustain if you want to lay a foundation. It's fine.
Okay. Did anybody else, to your knowledge, go in there and do this?
Objection, Your
Oh,
Honor.
that's so
Calls for
inappropriately
speculation.
Trying to
leading and
lay
it
the
calls.
foundation.
No, but it doesn't
Sustain
do it
objection.
better.
Let's do this.
Let's
Never
lay a
mind.
foundation.
We'll let somebody else
Let's do
tell
that.
who did it, okay?
Sure.
Just all I'm asking here is what what is the damage? What
Lay
has
a
been done
foundation.
that's depicted here?
This is just one of Raquel's bead racks that he,
That's speculative.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Move to
I'll
strike.
sustain.
All right,
Objection.
let's go to 701.
That's all speculative, but they're trying to establish, I get what they're trying to do. They're just not getting there. They're trying to establish that he didn't destroy anything in the penthouse where the police came in. The damage was in the other penthouse. So they're trying to say, look, the police body cam footage only shows the one penthouse, but he didn't destroy
the
his
addition of
things. He
701.
went to the other penthouse and destroyed
With
it.
redaction, no objection.
All right.
That's
701
what
with
they're trying to
redactions and
say. But a
evidence.
foundation is, did you see him go into penthouse
Can you
5?
please
But that's even
describe
leading.
what's depicted here?
Where did you see him go?
yeah.
Does
it
that look
is
smashed?
our bedroom in penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just
That's
throwing
speculative.
things.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
Sustain.
speculation.
Sustain the objection.
If you throw a picture frame on
Just
top of another
describe
picture
what
frame,
you
that's
see
not what
here
you get.
As opposed to what you say he did.
I see a bunch of art tossed on the bed.
Okay, where was that art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May 21,
That's leading.
2016?
Hanging on the wall where it belongs.
Okay,
Depp argues that this was all staged.
let's go to.
Heard says
Michelle, can you bring
he-
up defendant 702, please?
Heard says he wrecked shit. I've accidentally wrecked picture frames worse than that, but those are frames stacked on a bed. I'll have to take a picture of my guest room with all of my
Oh,
stuff
Your Honor,
stacked
and I
up.
forgot on the last two. For defendants exhibit 700, that was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon. It was exhibit 39 to both of theirs. And exhibit 701 was shown to Haddon only, and that was exhibit 30 in his deposition.
Okay.
I move the admission of 702, please.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right.
So
702 with
Depp's going to argue it's
redactions.
staged.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cheryl said you're so on
And let the
point. Thank
record
you.
reflect this was also shown to Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit number 40.
What is it?
And can you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
Please. What is depicted here?
Yes, it's broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
The ones we just
And
saw?
where is this physically?
This is in penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please?
Okay. Amber poked herself in the eye returning from break. I mean, she's been fussing with that
the
eye
admission of
since this
defendant
morning. I don't
703?
know. She could have an eyelash. It could happen.
No
I
objection.
definitely don't need to
703
join his
with
team. They're
redactions.
doing just fine.
Thank you, Your
I'm
Honor.
here for
And
y'all.
let the record
Team
reflect that this
Law
was shown
Tube.
to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as exhibit 41.
Again,
for both
they're
of
going to
their
have an
depositions.
expert saying that
Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
they're going to have an expert that says the police should have
It's
done
another
more.
photograph of the stairwell in the same apartment.
They're going to
penthouse
try to ask
5,
her to say if there's glass right there.
which is the apartment where I kept my things.
They're going to
Okay.
try to lead.
And is
Here
that
comes the leading
glass on the
question.
stairway?
There's the leading
Yes,
question.
from one of the broken picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay,
Where are the smashed?
let's take this one down and go
Right.
to 704, please, defendants. Michelle, thank you.
I want to see. So again, they are going to try to argue. They said an opening statement that they have
Will
an
the admission
expert
of defendant
who's going to say
704?
that the police should have done
No
more.
objection.
All right. 704 with redactions.
And yes, I saw the
Thank you,
questions in
and
the
let
chat from
record
Deanna
reflect
and
that This
others.
was shown to both Officer Sines and
Yes, you can
Haddon
break
as
your own
exhibit
shit.
34 to both their depositions.
It's your shit,
And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
but you can't call all
Just
Carrie
another-
Underwood on other people's shit.
Piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
So the nuts from
And
a
when you say
frame.
wine glass, did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the
Parakeet
kitchen.
floors are in Australia.
And always.
parakeet
And
floors
when
love.
Johnny was walking out, I saw him myself swinging the Magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking and things falling.
I didn't notice that. I will
Thank
go
you.
look.
Michelle,
I will
can
go
you
look at the end of
bring
the
up
day at those
705,
photos because again, they will all be available on the court's website. So I'll go look at those photos again to see and compare and contrast. Joe, you're welcome. Question from Joanne, will JD's team call back
The
the police
admission of
officers?
705?
I don't think so. I think they'll argue it
No
in
redaction.
closing. There's
No,
no
excuse
need.
me, no objection.
All right.
There's no need.
And let the
705 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Haddon in Exhibit 36 of his deposition. Amber, can you please describe for the jury what's portrayed here?
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the
I
countertop as well.
don't know. It's very confusing where
Let's go to
stuff was.
707.
They are also, Depp's team is arguing that she did more damage to the place in between the two different sets of police officers being there. That's one of their
Move
allegations.
the admission of
She's saying he did
707.
the damage.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right. 707 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
And let the record show that both Officer Sines and Officer Haddon were shown this picture. It was Exhibit 18 in both their depositions.
Molly, I
Amber,
don't
could you please
know
describe
if
to
they
the
will
jury
get to
what's
call their
depicted
specialist because they didn't get the metadata they were
This is
asking
the
for.
hallway leading.
I don't know if they will.
Out,
I hope they do.
leading up to the apartments. So this is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort of hallway, meaning it's covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like a plasticky. I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting. It's difficult to
Parakeet.
describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and
Just say
what's
it's an
depicted
indoor-outdoor
there?
carpet.
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718,
I don't
please.
encourage that drinking game unless it's coffee. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot. Today's already a lot.
Move the admission of
I don't
718.
know. I
No
don't know.
objection.
All right. 718 with redactions and evidence.
No, she
And
wasn't
let the record
sequestered.
reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon in
We don't
deposition
know.
Exhibit 31 for both of them.
Her testimony seems a little bit
Amber, please
different.
describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Okay,
Interesting.
let's go to 719, please.
Remarkably. Seems to be remarkably unbroken. Interesting. That's remarkable. That's going in Camille's notes for cross. Lauren, this is a great question. Brady doesn't apply here. This is not a criminal case.
With
This
the
is a civil
admission of
case. So it
defendant
is a violation
719.
of a court order, but it's not a Brady violation because
No
she is not a
objection.
criminal
719 with
defendant. Neither is he.
redactions. Thank
So
you.
that goes to criminal
Thank you, Your Honor.
specifically.
And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Yeah, what is that? Are those bananas?
It's one corner
What
of
food
the
are they?
kitchen in penthouse 3. Looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 720, please. Thank you, Michelle.
I mean, you're welcome. It reminded me exactly of that moment from Empire Records, which is a movie that I love. So they're again going to argue that the police didn't take this
Move the
seriously.
admission
Depp's
of
team's
defendant
arguing she
720.
staged all of this in between the
No objection.
rounds of
720 with
police showing up.
redactions
And let the
evidence.
record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon, deposition Exhibit 43 to both. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
At least she's
That's,
asking the right foundation
my
questions.
office. It's a corner of my office. And that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out, it looks like.
Okay.
They already showed
Let's
a
go to
lot of the
let's
police
go to
body
defendant
cam.
721.
If there's more, it can come up on cross or redirect, but they have already shown a lot of the police body cam during that testimony much earlier in the trial. So yes, they already have. Why was the metadata redacted? Because it's hearsay.
721.
Doesn't seem like Depp's team would
No
want that. They
objection, Your
would
Honor.
because they haven't had a
721
chance
with
to evaluate
redactions.
whether that's been
Covered.
altered
Thank
or
you, Your Honor.
not.
And
So
let
they
the
don't know
record
the
reflect this was
veracity
shown
of
to
it.
Officer Sines and Haddon in deposition Exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
It's again, my office, same thing, different angle.
Okay. Let's go to 722.
And she looks bored. King of the Hill. No, you can do it. Also dyslexic here. You can do it. Use the things that help
The addition of
audiobooks.
Defendants Exhibit
Dyslexia
722.
font on
No
on
objection, Your Honor.
All right, 722
on
with
digital
redactions
books,
and evidence.
and
Let the
make sure you
record
work with
reflect
your
this was shown
school.
to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit 42 to both. Amber, please describe to the jury what's depicted here.
That's a picture of my friends and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
Okay. You saw him punch this?
I heard it.
Okay.
It's very high up.
All right, let's go to 723, please.
I wanted to answer a question real quick. Are you able to cut the black bars and enlarge it? No, but they will be available on the court's website later today. So no, I cannot at this point because we are working with the court feed. Will this be
Move
taken
the
as a
admission
case
of
of he said,
defendant
she said?
723?
Yes, the jury is going to have to decide that.
Any objection?
That's what
No
Depp
objection.
seems
All right,
arguing,
723
Byron, that
redacted
it's
and evidence.
staged.
Let the
So-
record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe. to the
Expert says
jury
police
what's
should have done
reflected.
more, but they aren't the ones on
One of
trial.
the, it looks like a Magnum bottle of wine,
You are a level 3
that
sommelier. Don't you know what it is?
empty or spilled on the floor.
Expert says police should have done
Can-
more,
can you
but
tell
they aren't the
where
ones
that
on
is
trial. Purpose
located?
other than to make her their
Looks
testimony
like
look
it would be
suspicious.
penthouse 5.
It would
Okay.
be to show that
Let's go to 724.
Depp's testimony that, see, the police didn't think it was anything. Well, the police were wrong. Everybody's wrong. That's what that testimony would go to, is they were wrong. And she's a victim of domestic violence. And Depp's team is going to say, look, all these
Move the
people
admission
saw
of
nothing and
defendant
did nothing
724.
because there was nothing.
No objection.
All right,
That's their
724 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition
Yes.
exhibits 33.
When they
Amber, please tell the
approach,
jury what's depicted here.
no
This
idea what's
is
depicted here.
more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
He's using a bottle of wine as a
Let's go to
bat.
725.
The bottle wasn't broken. When they approach, the timer gets stopped. So it's not using
We're
either
almost done,
side's
just
court
two
time.
more. Promise.
Who is she saying that to? I had no idea dyslexia font was a thing. It is, especially on like Kindles.
admission
There's a
of defendant
dyslexia font that's
725?
very,
No
very
objection.
All
helpful.
right, 725 with redactions.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as deposition exhibit 37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like penthouse 5.
This looks like the same photo from
Okay.
earlier.
And last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726.
You guys have a lot of good points. Johnny should frame and gift Amber his courtroom art to replace the broken ones. Oh, the snark.
Move
The snark of the
admission.
chat. We love some smart snark.
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will get a tissue.
Somebody looked like they were. Oh, don't
Yes.
hand it to the jury,
Thank you,
Amber.
Melissa.
That's not appropriate.
All right, no objection, 726 with redactions. Thank you.
Can a lawyer back out of a case if they come to say after hearing it? No, they can't.
All right, and let the record
No, they
reflect
can't.
that this one was shown to Officer
There's a lot
Hines
that
and
goes into
Haddon
that, but they
as
can't just
deposition
bail in the
32
middle of trial.
Exhibit to their depositions.
It's their job to know what their
And Amber,
client
please
is going to
just describe
testify
to the
to
jury what's depicted here.
and have client control.
More spilled wine on the floor.
These are civil cases,
Penthouse
not criminal.
3 appears.
Okay, thank you. Now, when the police officers were there, did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Yes.
Which one, or both?
The male
She said
officer I
either.
did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went
Which
into
is appropriate to have the female
penthouse
officer
3, the
do
main
that.
penthouse, to speak there because I had been in penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay, and then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was a what words she said, but she kind of gestured to my face, and
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she could, if she gesturing to her face is not hearsay,
I'll
it's not a
sustain-
statement.
I'll sustain the objection next week.
Okay. And it's also not offered to prove it.
It is though.
So what happened next?
I
don't know if the jurors are crying. It could be somebody needed to sneeze. We'll have to ask.
Let's do this. How long were you
We'll have to
with
ask
the
LawTube
officer
that's in the room.
when she took you aside?
a few minutes, if that.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you cooperate?
No, I did not, but it was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
That's correct.
Okay. And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
No, Josh, I was with them at the beginning of Penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house.
I would guess
Up
Pollen.
Through Penthouse 3, which connects on the top
LawTube
floor
was in the
to
building,
the
so I
neighboring apartment,
messaged them and
Penthouse
asked.
4, and then on to Penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything,
They might
did
have
you
allergies.
say about the
Somebody might have been like-
identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Yeah, the judge is very patient.
Were you asked,
Yes.
but you refused to tell them?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Oh, it could
Okay.
be anything.
Why did you refuse to tell?
It could be a
police
nose, a
officers
sneeze,
Mr. Depp's
allergy. It could be
identity.
anything. Needing a tissue. I don't think
Because
they're
I
crying with
did
this
not
testimony.
want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want
Agreed.
any of this to happen. I didn't want to get him in trouble. So I said, well, I can't. I just refused to cooperate.
You said you refused because your
Now,
lawyer told you to.
Approximately how long were the police officers there?
I don't recall exactly, maybe I'd say less than
Thank you,
half an
Tiffany.
hour. I really don't know exactly, but they weren't there very long at all.
Okay. Now, after the police officers left, what did you do?
I actually want to know this.
We cleaned up a bit because there was broken glass and we had dogs. So we tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
So that's why
When did
she's
you
talking about
learn
cleaning
that
up.
a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen the body worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gateland's body worn video?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just, I remember being surprised that they were there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I don't
All right,
just think it's
keep
offered
going
for the
forward.
truth. I think
Okay.
it's trying
And
to explain.
I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe,
don't
maybe between an hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting, and they were comforting me when they came. And they didn't seem to, they didn't do what the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that
This was a duplicate call.
that I was okay, or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned. And they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had.
Because it was a duplicate call,
And
but
they
okay.
left.
Okay. And what, if any, cooperation did you
Not
give them?
surprising.
Well, I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the couch. I was speaking to them from a quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I. And maybe more, and I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered and that was it.
Did you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
No way.
Did they ask?
No.
All right, I'm going to take you to the next day, May 22.
No, they can't. They can't.
And I'm going
recreate
to,
things. They have to
Michelle, can
rely
you
on the
bring up
testimony and the
Defendant's
evidence.
Exhibit 772.
No experiments in the jury room.
What, if any, efforts did Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again, kind of going on what seems to be slightly delusional thinking that just because he saw all my friends' beads out on the countertop that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop.
Perception.
And he also accused us of having invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there, who was just in the apartment when Johnny
I think she's
stormed
getting
in.
frustrated.
So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
I think she's
And
frustrated.
let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at
I
Defendant's
think she's frustrated.
Exhibit 772.
Thank you.
And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
That's
And
leading.
It's on 5:22
I get that it's
at
foundational, but it's leading.
12:23 a.m. So it's early morning hours after 5:21. Would that be fair?
Yes.
No, jurors
Your Honor,
can't
I'm
see
gonna move the
anything outside of
admission
court.
Defendant 772.
Jurors
No objection.
cannot
All right,
engage
772 and evidence
with
with the
anything
identifiers
outside of court.
redacted
Only in court.
and
Hey,
published. Thank you.
Thank
thanks,
you, Your Honor.
y'all. The lights are flashing because we
All right.
banged. Appreciate
and,
it. Ooh,
I
text
know you
messages.
started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot. PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Was that what you were talking about with him thinking?
That's leading.
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously we can read that he says, I tried to make it work. You just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I
Alice,
did everything that I
good
could,
question.
but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit. The former him. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about divorce that night?
We did not have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
All right, let's take this down and let's go to Defendant's
He was
Exhibit
obsessed with dog poop.
773.
He did say he was asking about the grumpy that night. We've got these little moments of commonality.
Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying
However,
here.
his-
Does
that
that refresh
text-
your recollection
That
of when
text
he
doesn't
arrived at
help
your
her.
penthouse on May 21?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next series are on 5/22. They start at 5/13.
She said she was a level 3 sommelier in the beginning of her
And-
testimony under oath.
You're discussing talking.
So-
You said, sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then he responds to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of
No.
defendant 773.
Unless the court admonishes the lawyer and they
Your Honor,
keep
if we could just have a
objecting
minute to review this
Sure.
exhibit.
and they
Thank
keep
you.
Is
objecting,
it just this page?
No, there's,
3 pages.
then you
three
need to see all 3 pages
Just
to review
reading
them.
Michelle's hands.
So with this, once the leading question is asked, I agree with you that the damage is done. Absolutely agreed. If the lawyer's not been admonished, it is on the other side to object, and that becomes a strategic fight. And it's how much do you object? How often? How much does the lawyer try to do it? Courtroom can have an aspect of theater and gamesmanship to it. And this is part of watching that. It is different in a civil trial. In a criminal trial, some of this stuff could be, it could be different and could be more egregious. And there are layers of prosecutorial ethics and things that prosecutors can't do because it can violate the defendant's
No
constitutional
objection,
rights.
Your Honor.
In a civil case, that's a
773
bit different because
evidence
we're
for the
fighting over
buyer's
essentially
death.
liability and money. So it's a different
Thank
thing.
you.
Yes, she said her lawyer told her not to cooperate with the cops,
If we could.
but it is also
Okay,
their
we've got it
fault.
published to the
Yes,
jury.
that's
So
both
let's go to
things.
the top, Michelle. And
That's both.
so it
RIP.
starts out with him. This is the 5:21, 6:58 p.m. saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay.
So she
And then
doesn't.
if we move up,
She
the next
doesn't
one is
believe the text, the time on the
you,
text either.
At 5:22, at 5:13 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, and then can we still speak in a min? What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone. I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We
what
can give you control, yes. Maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead. You're on a
Well, she
committee.
can't scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can.
Somebody
Just
scroll.
go ahead and scroll through. Just
Oh,
slowly.
Bex, I don't know if we're going to hit 350 today.
So
I
she
don't know
can read the whole
where we're
thing.
at. Oh, the binger says 348. Wow. Thank you all for the YouTube things. Question, was it snowing in Pasadena during this? Sister Babylon, you're sending me? Yes, it was snowing in Pasadena, so
okay.
clearly she's under a lot of stress. I'm trying to read this as it's going. These will all be, again, on the court's website. I'm sad, I'm scared, I'm broken, my sweet Slim. These are him. I want you to be happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I don't know what to say or think. All I know is I've never felt so much love, pain, or grief in my life. You fell asleep earlier while we were talking. I checked with security to check in on you and see if you were okay. I hope you can get some rest. Oh my God, this is such a challenge. Well, it's removing. Can we please talk later? Please call me when you can speak. Okay. With all the love in my heart, me, please, please, please call me. So she very much wants to talk to him. I feel like I was just trying to do a speed run reading while
Right.
the screen
Does
was
that help
moving.
refresh your recollection?
And my eyes are now like,
Yes, I
wah.
believe that. I believe he had apologized to me after the phone
that
incident.
hurt my brain.
I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was
Yeah, the glasses haven't been on the stand at all.
telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster.
She said her friend did it,
and that he
to
was so
protect her.
sorry.
so she explained that.
But
It could reach
I
me.
had already
They're
committed
using
to
their time.
filing for divorce. And
Sister Babylon, no, I love the jokes. Don't apologize.
eventually
I
I
love
have
the wit.
to let him know that it's not just saying it in the
Hello,
anger,
anonymous
in the
person.
fights that like we had done, both he and I did that at times in some of our fights,
I'll talk about that
especially
at the break.
towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time and that I had had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor,
I had
hearsay.
enough.
Okay.
Overruled.
That's
Go
not
ahead.
hearsay. After the
All
phone,
right,
I'd had
I'm
enough.
going to draw your
It's not hearsay, it's
attention
her
to the
feeling and
bottom
her
of the
perception.
page,
That's
Defendants
fair.
Exhibit 773, and this is at 5:22. So this is 6:19 p.m. Do you see that? 5:22, and he says, "Just let me know when you have a minute, and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of
he
ease."
talked about
Do you
that.
see that?
So
Yes.
And then he says, "All my love and profound apologies."
profound
apologizing for?
apology.
Objection.
That
Calls for
calls for
speculation.
speculation.
What was your understanding of what he was apologizing for?
No, Jackie. they
Speculation,
shouldn't
Your
be.
Honor.
Sustain the
It
objection.
is speculation.
In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
That's a better question.
Yes,
What did he say?
he was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me. He didn't mean to hurt me. If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry that he didn't mean to.
Okay. Michelle, if we can go to the next page.
And he's already talked about
Up
this
to the
in
green,
his
please.
Star H. Thank you. You are welcome. I enjoy helping
And
out.
he says here,
I like
I'm
covering this
sad,
stuff.
I'm scared, and I'm broken, my sweet Slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Do you?
I
have
know
an
what he
underst-
meant.
Okay.
She said, what did you
Your
understand
Honor,
him to
there's
Did
mean?
he
a
use
lot.
that phrase with you?
I'll sustain that objection.
I'm
You
trying to
next-
get to the
I know.
next one.
Then you
Oh
can
my
ask your
God,
next
you can't
question.
get the next one until the judge is done
Did he use
talking.
those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says I'm clear and I am me?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I think it's very hard for
That
JD
he
to
had
get the full
sobered
jury.
up.
It might be. It might be hard.
That he had sobered up and he was not the monster again, that he was him, that he was a good guy I loved, the one that I trusted.
All right, now I'm going to ask Michelle if you can take that one down and bring
magnum,
in
JP. Happy
771,
birthday.
which has already been admitted.
The crosstalk is a bit
Now,
tiring.
those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Just Kevin
range.
Things. So excited you're here live.
And
Why hasn't she
here,
recorded the
it's
calls where Johnny
5:22, it's now
apologizes? I don't
8
know.
o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding he was apologizing again?
Objection, Your Honor.
Same
Calls for
objection.
speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else? he
They're
would have
trying to
been
get into the
apologizing
meaning
for that
behind
he
the
had done?
words.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
But the
Sustain the
words are the
objection.
words. You can't speculate what he meant by the words. He testified what he meant by the words. She can't testify unless
So
it
tell
caused
the
her to
jury
do
how
something
you
or it's her
felt
impression of
in that
something.
week,
Yes.
May 22.
She can testify to how
through
she
May
felt.
27 and what you
Great.
decided to do.
Elaine's giving me a headache.
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy, I went to Al-Anon, I got help, I read books, I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at
I
my
don't doubt
face
she was
that
conflicted.
after all that month of not seeing each other, not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So
Oh yeah,
I
we're
made the decision to.
I'm still hopeful we'll get to cross after lunch, but
To
we're
file
not
for
at the
divorce.
TRO yet. And this
It's
is
hard
starting to
because,
slog. So I'm
You
worried.
know, I love Johnny so much. I loved him so much.
She said I love and then corrected it to loved. It's interesting to me.
And why did you file for divorce?
It's a good question.
'Cause I knew if I didn't,
He would. Sorry, I'm being snarky.
I'd likely not literally survive.
We have the phone call where she
Like
said your
bringing-
team was going to file first and they were fighting to file first.
I'm so scared that it was going to end really badly for me. And I really didn't want to leave him. I loved him so much. would have done anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay. The promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception. The violence was now normal and not the exception. And it was so hard. It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. I believe he would have taken it too far. I wouldn't be here.
Why did you ask for a domestic violence temporary restraining order?
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them. No matter when
he owned the
I
house.
begged them to let
I'm
me
not
know when he was
surprised.
coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high. And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic.
But in Australia, she took sleeping
I
pills
was
after
losing
being assaulted.
hair.
It's concerning.
I was losing weight. I got really sick. I had shingles. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic attack. I had panic attacks all the time. I was falling apart. I was scared and very conflicted because the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with. Really, really tricky. And I was thinking one step at a time. You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest.
I was
a good
thinking
night's
very
sleep. I just wanted
myopically.
to change my locks.
I feel like that's not what she thinks that means.
I thought it'd be healthier if I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough, that he could get in anyway, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Well, it's not a
Thank you.
question. It's
Okay.
an answer. So it would be non-responsive,
Did
speculative.
Mr. Depp show
I keep
up
having that
for the
issue with both
hearing on the
sides.
DVTRO?
No, he didn't.
Of course he
Did you?
didn't. It was
Yes,
a
I
no
did.
notice ex parte
And
TRO.
why
That's
did you show up?
disingenuous.
Because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a restraining order.
Didn't tell him.
What, if any, warning did you give Mr.
Calls for a
Depp
legal
about
conclusion.
obtaining the DVTRO?
Oh, danger girl.
We
This
gave
is,
him warning.
no.
My counsel and his counsel were in communication and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory.
No, it's not.
It's my understanding of it.
No,
I'm
it's
not a
not.
lawyer.
Was there any
It was a no
confusion
notice ex parte
surrounding
TRO.
whether
That
Mr. Depp was
contradicts
going
Laura
to file
Wasser's
suit as
testimony.
well?
Objection, Your Honor,
Interesting.
calls for speculation.
It's interesting
Lack
they
of
went that way.
foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as the foundation.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
He was also out of the country.
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe. And I thought
Oof.
that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these
Remarkably.
filings are not private. You can't make them private in California. And remarkably, it had flown under the radar.
They put his name.
No one
And
picked up
AKA
on the
Johnny
fact that I
Depp
had
on it,
filed.
though.
And as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Because it gets into what the attorneys talked about.
I'm trying to think how to ask this. So,
Yeah, good.
without saying what the counsel said, what
I don't know
would
about
you-
shingles,
What was
not a
your
doctor.
understanding and what was your concern?
There isn't a
Objection,
formal.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
People have created them on the internet and some
All right,
articles,
well, let's
but
move
not
on. Let's-
formal for the
Michelle, can you
trial.
bring up Defendant's Exhibit 800,
Well, let's move on.
please?
Great, Elaine. Let's move on. Oh, Meta, I'm sorry that that's your experience. Thank you for
Move the
sharing
admission of
with
Defendant's
us.
Exhibit 800.
Any objection?
No
A lot of
objection,
you
Your
have
Honor.
had some really tough experiences that inform how you see this
Amber, can
testimony.
you
And I understand why
describe
so
for the
many
jury
of
what
you
this
are
picture
frustrated
is?
by this testimony.
It's a picture of
absolutely
my
understand it.
face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Michelle, can you bring up 801, please? Move the admission of 801.
It's so odd.
No objection.
801 in evidence.
It's just so odd because she testified that she never left the house without
Amber,
makeup
if you can tell
except the
jury
day
what
she
this
went to
is.
court. Didn't her
That's
doctor
me while I was,
testified about a cyst, which is odd too.
Obtaining my restraining order. It's me in the courthouse.
Stanley
and what,
Moss
if anything, did
courthouse.
you do while you were at the courthouse? Did you testify?
Oh, I provided testimony and sat there and cried.
And did you obtain a domestic violence restraining order? Temporary
I
restraining order?
did. The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
I'm
When
annoyed
you left the
by
courthouse,
The restraining order
what
reframing
did you
here.
experience?
This I want to
I
hear.
walked into the courthouse. It was quiet. First thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way. And I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras, photographers. It was,
They
to that
had to
point,
know how she was
at that
there.
point in my life, had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me as I walked out of that courthouse and screamed at me, screamed horrible things at me.
The paparazzi screamed horrible things. I'm confused.
I'm going to take you just for a moment to makeup, and then that would put
Okay,
after
good break
that.
point. Okay, great.
Yeah, that'll be
All right,
a
thank
good
you.
breaking point. after the
Makeup, then lunch.
You said that you didn't testify. You didn't
Makeup.
wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us, and I put on
What?
right away a moisturizer that has
Like most of us.
tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin
Wait.
condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock every day. Anyway, so I put on both of those. I put on concealer, and I do that before I leave my bathroom in the morning. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do about those? Would you try to cover them up? Would you try to just leave them showing?
leading.
What would you do?
Just
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
that's so fucking leading.
Yeah,
Overruled on that.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Just ask her the
Well,
question.
I am typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I'm somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face. So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great remedy, arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup
A
kit,
bruise
a color
kit?
correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
And let me, I use this, I think, in opening.
No, not the Milani makeup palette.
Microphone.
No,
please.
no,
Just-
no, no, no.
Um,
There you go.
May I approach?
Yes!
No, that's what you just showed. Counselor.
Sorry, y'all. What? No, 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 no. It's happening. It's happening. No.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact
No,
one I
no.
used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want
No.
to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, well, the
She's
immediate
gone
is
into
red.
lesson mode.
Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or 2, you get more purple in a bruise. So
Where's the yellow?
you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 just, I feel like, well, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the
shook
trickiest
this is
part,
happening right
but,
now.
After a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like 5-7 days in becomes more of a yellow green, and then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite. In the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or 2, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of course. But it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman, or if you
If
wear
they
lipstick.
crack,
We heard some
If they
testimony
crack,
of people
it's
in
not
the
just
week
that
of
easy.
May 21st to 27th,
wow,
saying that you didn't wear a stitch of
that
makeup.
happened.
Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
No, you can
They
ask
just don't know
about
what
it.
they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
You always wear makeup?
I mean, it's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face. I put on moisturizer. My moisturizer has tinted foundation in it, and I'm certainly not going to walk
Tinted
around
foundation or-
LA with bruises on my face.
Tinted moisturizer.
Okay. I think that's.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's
This
go ahead
is
and
where
take
we're
our
breaking
lunch
for
recess
lunch.
at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case
Oh,
with anybody.
My,
And we'll see you in an
my.
hour, okay? Thank you.
We're taking an hour break for lunch. I will be back here right
Court is still in
before.
session, so please be quiet in the gallery.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Oh, the gallery's probably freaking out over the Maloney palette just like I was. I wonder who they're admonishing. Maybe we'll see from the law tubers that are in the gallery who they were admonishing, or at least some recitation of that. I'm not seeing the PR guy in the gallery today, which is interesting, but it happened. We got to the Maloney makeup and testimony
And again,
about
Ms. Hurd,
color
since you're still
correcting.
under oath and testifying, you cannot discuss this case to include with your attorneys, okay? In your testimony. All right. Let's come back then at 1:40. Okay? All right, thank you. 1:40.
All right. So I will be resuming. I'm going to answer questions and then I will take a quick break for lunch and be resuming stream. That stream's already linked. I just want to see who's in the gallery. I can't believe they brought the palette in, but she said, obviously, this isn't the one I used. That was her exact words. This isn't the palette that I used. So we know that that's, oh, she went out the other way. That's interesting. Normally she comes back around the front of the well. But she said that's obviously not the one that I used. But oh my goodness, the Maloney palette of it all. It happened. It happened. Why did her testimony sound like a makeup tutorial and not firsthand experience? It really did. It really did sound like a makeup tutorial. But there we are. The Maloney makeup of it all. But she said, it was this was obviously not the exact one, trying to get around the fact that obviously the makeup company Milani that makes that palette has come forward and said this wasn't available during the time that they were together. So that's very interesting testimony. Again, I'm surprised it happened. I was wondering if we were going to get to makeup testimony today, and whoop, there it is. We got to makeup testimony today. Also, a huge thank you to the over 80,000 of you that are watching. If you would consider liking and subscribing to the channel, I would sure appreciate it. It supports what I do here. I'm going to answer some questions, and then after lunch, we will be hopping over. If you want to make sure that you don't miss a thing and you are in North America, you can join the text crew for free. I mean, your regular text messaging rates will apply, but I don't charge you to be a part of the text community at textemily.com. It's where I can keep you up to date with what I'm covering, if I'm doing breakdowns and things like that. So that is the best place to go to find that information. So as I'm going to get into super chats and questions, I will be taking a brief break before we go into the afternoon stream. So just know if I don't get to them, I appreciate the support. I will try to answer as many questions as I can. And some of the repetitive questions, I know a lot of you have the same ones, I might not get to. So I'm going to tweet this out real quick. I think Amber Heard's trying to get out ahead of issues with the palette. I really do. So that is what I think was happening there. Wow, we got there. That happened. That happened. That happened. That happened. That happened. I'm still shook. Can you see me being shook? I'm shook. I'm shook. I'm shook. But it happened. Y'all, we got to makeup. Emily said, why doesn't she find the exact color correction compact she used? I don't know. Obviously, this isn't the one. Did she mean obviously this isn't the one? That's the color corrector, or obviously this isn't the literal one because this is a brand new palette. So yes, I see you guys referring to Bailey Sarian in the chat, who is a brilliant creator here on YouTube and does Murder Makeup Mondays. I'm not stealing the theme song, Bailey. I just think you're brilliant and I fucking love you. But she is a absolute boss at makeup. So I can't wait till we see a Bailey Sarian breakdown of this makeup and the nonsense. So she didn't use Milani. She used Mirren Makeup 5-color bruise wheel for special effects. Well, then why doesn't she bring that one in? Like, oh, no, you're making a joke that she used a bruise kit to make the bruise not cover the bruise, because she did say bruise kit. Was she joking that she was using, like, would it be the same makeup kit? Chat, you can let me know. Is it the same makeup kit to create bruises or cover bruises? Like, I want to know. So anyway, with all of that, let's get to some more questions. Dr. Milo, hi there. I have a note in some of the images on her face that showed I did see some progressive swelling, which in later image sort of deflated. That'll be interesting to see. Thank you, Dr. Milo. Look, everything that's in evidence is available on the court's website. So we will be able to look at the court's website later today and compare and contrast, and y'all will too. So she did say bruise kit. That's exactly what she said. And we can go back and look at that real quick. I wonder if we can, hold on. Let's see if we can go back in the live stream. Me trying to be like, oh yeah, we can. Okay. We're going to go back real quick and see if, see what happened when the makeup came up. We're going to rewatch this real quick because I have questions and I want to see what she said. So look, we can rewind. Just read the manual. Hello from Tokyo. Amber just slipped up and said bruise kit. I heard. We're going back to watch it right now. I'm a makeup artist. I call BS on all of this. Tinted moisturizer isn't giving you any coverage to conceal any bruising. I also am surprised that she's saying a tinted moisturizer is her main moisturizer and that she's not wearing a sunscreen if she has a skin condition. Like, I have a lot of questions about the layering that she's giving us. I can't wait for all the beauty content breaking down the skincare routine that she just talked about. She slipped up a bruise kit. Yes, you would use concealer kit or pancake makeup for hiding bruises. Let's go see what she said. Let's see if we can get to it. I backed up in the stream. Let's see if we're there.
The bruise on her face. So if I do have a bruise on my face
There
or
we go.
someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right
I did
away
okay.
to reduce swelling
I did
because no
good.
amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great
I got to the right
remedy,
place.
arnica cream. And then if you want to cover
Arnica
up a bruise,
came up too.
You obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit.
She did.
A color correction kit, but I used
Bruise kit. But we'll see what she says. She's going to say, well, I meant it was my kit to cover the bruise. She's already covering that.
foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock every day. Anyway, so I put on both of those. I put on concealer. And I
Did you
I do
powder?
that before I
Were you baking?
leave my bathroom
I have
in the
questions.
morning. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do about
it's weird.
those? Would
The
you try to
split lip
cover
is
them up?
weird
Would you
with
just
lipstick.
leave them showing? What would you do?
Because it will
Injection on
get
her leading.
it will get crusty
rolled
and
up.
cracked and
Well, I am typically photographed in LA when I leave the house.
I want to hear it
paparazzi
again.
Type of photograph. So I always, I'm somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants
Yeah,
to
it
walk
should
around
go
with a bruise
under
on her face.
the foundation, right?
So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great remedy, arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater.
Foundation, concealer, and then a bruise kit, not a bruise kit, a theater
Makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
a theater makeup kit. Okay, so all of you have pointed out that she said, let's see, I'm going to just timestamp it. The order of the makeup is weird. And again, I need a note. The order's weird. I think Camille will probably clock it, maybe not. Bruise kit is used in theatrics. I just Googled fake. Well, we'll see. This is wild, but yes, all of you are pointing out you color correct before. The only thing I've color corrected really for me is under my eyes, and I've always done that before I've done anything else. But I'm not a beauty guru.
I use this, I think, in opening statement and it's defendant's.
I use this, I
You
think,
could-
in opening. You fucking know when you used it,
We
Elaine.
can't hear you.
Um,
There you go.
May I approach?
She
the
said
witness
bruise kit,
to-
theater kit.
Well, that's what you could show.
And then she distances herself from it immediately. But these are light colors.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time.
I can't wait to clip this down later and play Elaine's opening statement where Elaine says this is the exact one she carried throughout her relationship. That is what she said in opening statement. I have a video on it in my quick bits. And then the second this comes up, she's like, obviously this isn't the exact one I used. What? No, because in opening statement, and again, it's on my Quick Bits channel. I've got the clip of Elaine saying this is the exact kit she used. So they're distancing themselves from opening quite a lot. Now saying, obviously, this isn't the one I used.
Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue. And sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract.
Fish. All right. We're going to go back to the live video and we're going to get into some more questions. Slip, she used it on top because she created the bruises. Why would you use it on top? Like, it doesn't go on top. If you're color correcting, it goes underneath. Any Cosmo girl would have known. Am I quoting Legally Blonde? Fuck yes, I am. Yes, I am. Elle Woods is an inspiration to us all. So I'm going to get to as many questions as I can before I need to take a quick break for lunch. And then we get into the other and next live stream. Question: cuts from being strangled on counter, wouldn't they be on the other side of the arm? I don't know. She was saying that her arms were down on the counter. I would need to go and look and see, but she said the glass was on the counter, so maybe on the back side of the arms. Why does she imitate the attacker's actions instead of the victims? I don't know. It always strikes me as odd in her testimony, the way that she acts things out. Hazel said, when I was choked in what I'll refer to as a domestically violent situation, I had very obvious finger marks on neck. Ligature marks and finger marks and bruising is very, very common. And I'm sorry that that was your experience, Hazel, but thank you for sharing your experience with the chat. So they're like, look, these are the things we find confusing. Sorry, I'm slightly confused. Did she imply that Depp choked her into unconsciousness with the fabric, that he walked away after the incident? I don't know. Some of her testimony today has still been a bit confusing. Do you think that Johnny Depp's counsel switched seats because rumors of him and the girl with the black hair? No, she's sitting in the hot seat because she's the attorney that's doing the cross-examination. So every attorney that's doing the cross-exam sits in that seat so they can see the witness stand and see the other counsel and make the objections. So everyone sits there. How long before Amber Heard gets to lie this morning before? We don't know when Vasquez is going to get to cross-examination. I'm hoping after the lunch break this afternoon. Why is no one calling out Heard's change in demeanor? It might come up on cross. It's definitely not appropriate for the judge. Thoughts on if Kate Moss will be called? I think it will open a door, but I don't know Kate Moss will be the witness. Do you think they choose that because he yelled that she wanted to react, she jumped and jerked, which she never did before? I don't know. Maybe that's why they played that audio. What happens if the judge does determine Amber Heard has spoken to her lawyers about the testimony? There's a lot of these questions. It would have to be proven. The judge would have to deal with it. It would be dealt with outside of the presence of the jury. It would be dealt with emotions, and it would be dealt with later. The judge is not going to strike her testimony. The defense, I think at this point, the damage is done if she's been prepped. And I think they argue it and say, look, we had a week break and this is a different person testifying. So it sounds like a redirect because they were trying to fix testimony from over the break that they noticed. So will Johnny Depp's team bring up her previous DV? I think that they can. I hope that they do. We'll see. So let's see. DUI guy is in the chat asking for a link. Oh, thank you, mods, for letting me know. I will, DUI guy, I will DM you a link on Twitter if you want to join. We're happy to have you join. So let's see. Let me go and grab it and I will send it. Let me see. So I will send it on, I will send it. Let me grab it. Ooh, we've got real time. We've got real time. Let's see I'm not good at this. But I will do better. So I'm going to DM you on the Twitters. Let's see. Where is your Twitter handle? I will find it. Let's see. Give me a second, chat. Sorry, I'm looking for that so I can DM the DUI guy because they have been in the courtroom. And I want to send him a link so that if he wants to hop in, he can. So I am DUI guy. Your DMs are turned off. Are you not following me on Twitter? I can't DM you. Go follow me on Twitter so I can DM you. Because right now your DMs are off and I can't send it to you. So do that and I will send it to you. So I'm going to keep an eye on Twitter for that to happen. But yes, go ahead and do that and I will send it. So, but I can't DM you because your Twitter DMs are off. So I do not see them. But I could send it to Runkle. If you're still with Runkle and Rob, I can also send it to them so that they have it. Let me try that too. So, but it's a fine you don't follow me on Twitter. Like, it's cool. We're all LawTube friends. There we go. Now it's allowing me to do it. Thank you, DUI guy. There's the StreamYard link. Perfect. Thank you. I see it. And you can maybe, follow me on Twitter. I'm just teasing. You had such an interesting night last night. You guys, we're going to get hopefully a live attorney commentary from the courtroom. So you don't want to miss that. I'm going to try to get through some super chats if I can, and we will go from there. So a body double for a not so well-known actress. It's possible, but wouldn't Johnny Depp be aware of that? Question, she's so fake flinching when Johnny yells on the tape. They might be able to see that, and they might comment on that. So we will see what happens with that. Question, Johnny Depp's team able to ask why she didn't go to hospitals? They are, but it gives her room to answer. Her lawyers haven't asked about injury at all, which is wild to me. Judge will call out Umbridge for obviously disgusting testimony. We'll see if it happens. It could happen at sidebar. Is the judge allowed to look at social media and the news if she wants to? I don't know if she'll want to. Robin Runkle is excited to hear their feedback. Me too. Maybe we'll get that soon. Why is there only one mentioning of couch? It was their commonly used safe word. It was that one audio, but it might come up. Vomits in one's sleep. Does that happen? Teeny petty. It happens a lot. It can be deadly when people aspirate in their sleep. And you guys, we have the DUI guy here. So I'm going to add him to the stream and pull him on up as he is getting connected. So he is at the courthouse. So we will let that come on in as his phone tries to connect. And if you need to go audio only, it's completely fine. Does a witness changing their testimony tend to affect the jury's opinion? Yes, if they remember or if it's pointed out to them. Hey.
Hello. Good to see you. Sorry, I'm trying to find a stable connection. It's really a mess around this courthouse.
You streamed so brilliantly last night of the line and the Karens and the whole thing.
Oh my God. I don't even know what happened. I was literally just going with the flow last night.
Well, welcome. There's like 73,000 of us here. Go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody. You are there at the courtroom.
Oh my God. Yeah. So I'm the DUI guy. My name's Larry Foreman. I'm a lawyer. DUI Guy Plus is my YouTube channel, and I practice law in Louisville, Kentucky, but that's where my office is. We go all over Kentucky. Emily and I have been in collabs on like Rick. I'm sorry, my brain is literally like I am dying. I don't know how I'm still alive, so you have to excuse me.
We're
Nick
up
Ricadas.
Ricadas stream. I think we've been on possibly Legal Bites' stream together. We've gotten each other around YouTube. We're gonna have to just meet after all of this for a drink at some point because I'm in Nashville, so I am not far.
Oh, you're not far at all. It's like a 3-hour drive.
And I've never been to Louisville, so I want to.
All the more reason.
Exactly. So we're going to have to get together. But you were in line last night. You were in court today. The first question we got, and then I want to hear all your thoughts, and I'm going to stop talking. But why do the jurors need Kleenex?
Oh, okay. So we suspect that one of the jurors either has allergies or was wiping his nose because it was a male juror. It is, I believe he's Italian. Like, I'm trying to read all the races and nationalities of all the jurors, which I'll share in a second. And our impressions of them, which seem to be kind of Rob, Ian, and I all kind of agree. But I think they were just wiping like either their nose. We couldn't see because the gentleman in the front was kind of blocking. Both Ian and I were frantically trying to like do this number to see what's going on. But he had his mask on, so he kind of like pulled his mask up to here, and then he was doing this is what I was able to see. So I don't think it went all the way to his eye.
No, the chat speculated that allergies, it's been raining. People are like, no, I live in the area. My allergies are kicking today. So people were suspecting allergies. So it's nice to hear your speculation. What have you observed in court today with the jurors? Because I know that's one of the reasons you wanted to be there is to see what the jurors are doing in their face. And you guys, they have been at the courthouse since like 10 o'clock last night, overnight waited in line, got their wristbands, went and got changed, I'm assuming, because you look ready for court today, unlike me in my Lawnard shirt, but went and got paid. We're back at the courthouse bright and early this morning. So no sleep, I'm guessing.
No, we didn't get any sleep. I think so. I got like a 2-hour nap before the courthouse. I'll run through this real fast, but I want to get to the meat because I know that's what your viewers are really looking for. We can tell the tale later, but I only got like a 2-hour nap, and both Rob and Ian, I think Ian passed out for a little bit, but Rob said he didn't catch any sleep at all. And I was streaming all night. So I'm running on basically no sleep. But so after we got our wristbands, we went straight to the courtroom. We stood in line. Ian and Rob went to change. I already changed at that point. And we went in. So 9 o'clock, pretty much sharp. All the jurors, like 2 minutes before, 2 jurors were unaccounted for. We heard the bailiff kind of say, and within 2 minutes, they I guess they were like, on point. They were arriving on time. They were not a minute late, but they were definitely not early, a couple of them. The jury is comprised of primarily Asians. We have what, again, this is going to sound extremely racist, but like this is how you, as a lawyer, you want to gauge people.
He's looking at the makeup of the jury because
Yes.
that's what the lawyers are looking at with the makeup of the jury. So they are looking
Yes.
to, who is on this jury, what age, what race, what likely socioeconomic demographic. This is what you're looking for when you're trying to read a jury. And DUI guy, you do litigation. You're not
Yes.
unfamiliar with looking at witnesses, and with the DUI practice, I imagine a lot of criminal trials. So this is not unfamiliar to you by any stretch.
Exactly. So we have what looks to be one either Japanese or Korean. I think he's more Japanese descent. Very young guy, probably late 20s. Then we have two of Chinese descent, a male and a female. Also very young. One is in his 20s. The male is in his 20s. The female is maybe about mid 30s. Then we have a white, presumably Italian young male, also in like his late, maybe mid 20s. We have an African American woman who's maybe in her 40s, a white male who's in his 60s, a white female, which we kind of all agreed, I think she's Irish Catholic, just the way she presents herself, in her 50s, another Caucasian male in the front who, again, maybe mid 30s, and then what looks to be a Filipino man, maybe in his mid 40s. That's basically the demographic of the entire jury. At some point, I remember somebody said that 3 of them were wearing masks, and all 3 were women. That is not true. The young Italian gentleman is wearing a mask, and then 2 of the women, the younger women, the Chinese woman and the African American woman, they're all wearing masks. The woman in the front, we like to call the Irish Catholic woman, is not wearing it.
Were you going to say elderly woman? I saw that as an old lady myself. No, but
she's not wearing a mask. Like, I don't know where it came from that somebody said at one point that there were Indians on the jury, and that, like, I remember Nick Rekieta kind of made a joke about that, but we haven't seen it.
Information about the jury, I think, and a lot of people's perceptions. But this is why you ask a litigator, because you're looking at what the makeup of this jury is, and that's something the lawyers consider with the demographics of the area too, and looking for the age of the jury and things like that. So with the jury makeup, how are they responding to this testimony today?
Very, very poorly. The overall vibe, it seems. So I'll give you direct impressions.
Yep.
The young Chinese gentleman in the back, for the most part, seems to have tuned out most of Amber Heard's testimony.
That's not good for her.
He and his Japanese fellow next to him sometimes pretends to be writing when he's not writing. He'll like twiddle his pen as she's saying some very emotional stuff, like when she was talking about the abuse and in the video, and the abuse that she suffered to her face. I mean, he was just like, because it was so like pretend intense, that he's like, I have to at least kind of like make her feel like I am writing this down to make her feel important. But in reality, he's literally sitting there, and you can see, and I didn't even catch this, I think it was Rob who caught it, and I started watching for it, and he's just doing this. He's not even writing. He's just twiddling with his pen on his notepad.
She's
to pretend like he's
down.
writing.
I mean, we can see her still staring them down. How uncomfortable does that feel in the courtroom?
It's hard. We're kind of like all the way in the back to the right, actually in direct view of the camera. So for us to see her vantage point, because we're like perpendicular to that. But I can tell you that whenever she tries to make like a very emphatic point, and unfortunately I was out ordering pizzas for everybody. I walked out right during this emotional breakdown apparently that she had, and both Rob and Ian reported back when I came back that basically none of them had any type of emotional reaction. They weren't like, taken aback or, oh my God, like concerned. They were all just like blank faces. I think one of them just kind of put his head back like, oh my God, here we go again style.
Wow.
I mean, and this literally is, it's not just when I was gone. This is when I was there the entire time. That seems to be the theme. The jurors are disinterested. They're disconnected. They have this move on. The elderly gentleman, I think Ian caught this one. He said that there was one point, if you remember, when Elaine kept getting objected to over like 5 times in a row to the same question.
Elaine was
He was
morning.
sorry.
At asking questions this morning.
Yeah. Oh, it was terrible. And on top of everything, Amber Heard is putting off this very confrontational vibe, like come at me, bro, to her own lawyer.
Yep.
Like bring the questions. Like, we've been practicing a week and a half. Come on, I got this, you know?
Didn't you feel like this was a different testimony? My chat blew up and people are like, obviously they talked about her testimony. Obviously they talked about
Rehearsed. Oh, clearly. We'll never prove it, and nobody will ever admit to it, but they've clearly been practicing. Her acting went from like a C+ to a C, or whatever you want to call it, D+ to a D, you
Right.
know. It's clear that they've reviewed what the commentary has been about her testimony. It is clear that there is some pattern of recognition of what has been done in the past is not working. So how about we try and fix it up? And it's actually looking even worse from our perspective, because now it's like, it's not only crappy, it feels like it's been practiced. And I think the jury's picking up on it. And I think I'm not alone. I think both Rob, Ian, and I are all kind of in the same boat of, what I was going to say about the gentleman in his 60s in the front row. He, on several occasions when Elaine kept getting objected to several times over, he almost kind of had this, what's up, Elaine, kind of nod at her, like he was actually egging it on, like, yeah, do your fucking job. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear on your channel. I'm sorry.
Oh no, this is the channel where
we already covered this. I remember. Yeah, no.
Words live on the internet. Drop just all of them. But I love that he's like, bruh. Like, that's good for Elaine.
I mean, again, it's so hard to explain without the chat actually being in the room. But think of it this way. I'm trying to think of like the line at McDonald's that you've been standing for 30 minutes and you're like, oh God, when's my food gonna get here? Or when am I gonna get to my place in line so I can order the food? Like, this is taking forever. Like, can you please just hurry? Like, that's literally the emotion, the gesticulations, the Filipino man. I noticed on several occasions he did one of these numbers. He's like, he's got hit the eyebrow raise when she would testify about something, a little bit confrontational about something that Johnny allegedly did. He would be like, kind of.
That's not good.
Not so visible, but you could see the eyebrow clearly. I mean, he's just like, what is going on? Okay.
The eyebrow raised during what's supposed to be super emotional testimony is very interesting, because a lot of times when you get, especially to the person that's involved in the action of a case, you want to see a jury leaning in and listening and paying attention. And if you're getting them leaned back and checked out and they're just like, oh, more of this shit again, it is not good for your case. And it sounds like they are not buying what she's selling. I wonder if we'll see a change during cross. I hope we get there today, because I want to see your impression of the differences.
Well, I think we all agreed that we're all going to be here tomorrow as well. We're going to have to figure out the whole line situation, but I don't know. I plan on being here. We have that reporter from Denmark. She's going to be joining us. James is going to be joining us, if your chat knows. By the way, I have to say, thank you so much. I don't know what you did, but Twitter exploded with the Justice for the Line hand. I mean, it was just incredible.
I was deeply offended as I was watching your stream. I was literally outraged. Look, I'm a concert goer. I love being in the pit at a Dave Matthews show. And so when you're in the pit in the sun from noon till the show starts at like 8 p.m. and somebody tries to roll on up in there, you're like, you did not put in on this. Get the fuck out. You are not rolling up on me. Get out. This group has been together. We have been through it. We are now an army. We are united.
Yeah.
You do not come here. We do not know you. She does not go here. Get out. And that's exactly what I saw in this line is people who had been together all day long and were very much in the camaraderie of, we have been here. You were in front of me. You were behind me. I know your mother's name. I know your birthday. I probably know your social security number. We are friends. And then these two women just showed up and were like, hey, we're here. And you were counting the line and you're like, where are your numbers? And they're like, And then what really put me over the edge, and this is when I went out and started tweeting about it, is when one of them looked at the deputy and was like, he's recording me. And the deputy's like, it's a public space.
Oh yeah,
I lost my
it's
mind.
public space.
I lost my mind.
You wanna not be recorded? Leave this space.
Go ahead. So did they end up getting in? Are they in the courtroom, these two women?
Nope.
So
We got justice for 100. I think there was another hashtag. I'm not sure if it took off or not, but justice for 100 has been fulfilled. 100 got in.
because that's the thing. When you've got two people jump the line, only 100 get in. People that were there earlier who are on the cuffs, number 100, 101, 99, 100, are going to get bumped because these two cut in line. And the line had very much of its own justice. And so you were just sitting there recording. And then I went to sleep. And then apparently the reporter from Denmark knew Law and Lumber and had watched one of my videos because somebody sent me a clip and was like, no, I've been watching Emily D. So hi. But you guys are doing such great work. Is there anything else you want to share? Well, we have a few minutes before you got to get some food.
Unfortunately, I did miss the emotional breakdown that Amber had. I don't know what that was about, but Rob and Ian, I'm sure will cover that. Like I said, I think Ian is on Legal Bites, and then Rob is on Rekieta's.
And conquered the internet. Thank you for popping on and saying hello. I'm so glad. I'll just send you the links tomorrow too, and I'll send you the link for the afternoon if you want to pop on. Are you going to be streaming later on your own stream?
Probably. I definitely need to get some sleep, and this trial is going to go until 5:30 today. So,
well, if you do, will you tweet? I can share it out and let everyone know where to come find you.
I will do that. I will definitely try to remember to do that. We're trying to work out. I don't know if you know, but the James and Elaine, not Elaine. What's her name? Elizabeth from Denmark. We are going to try and coordinate to where we're going to kind of alternate who's watching the seats and kind of keep the seats there. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but it's worth a shot because we need sleep. We desperately need to get some rest. And I've been just pounding Red Bulls just to stay awake. And it's I don't know how long I'm going to last.
The Red Bull is the theme of this trial. I had a mega pint of coffee this morning. I was intending to go to bed, and then we were on. It was me and Andrew. Oh, the lights are flashing. It was me and Andrew and Joe over at Good Logic, and the chat started saying, "You guys, shit's going down in the line." And we saw the super chats, and so we started watching your stream about what was going on in the line. The deputies didn't seem to have a really good handle on what they wanted to do with things. I understand that the deputies moved people away from the courthouse to release custodies at night, which is not uncommon that they release custodies late, but then to get, to try to get the line back up and then throw half back outside and then put them back under. It seemed like the deputies weren't quite sure what to do with that crowd. Was it bigger than other nights from what the people in line told you?
100%. And the line filled up way faster than it ever had before. Even on that Thursday, May 5th, when Amber took the stand for the second day before the long break, we were told that I think it was James actually who said it, maybe like 1 or 2 a.m. it would be pretty much filled, but not 10:30 the night before. That's a first. And tonight it may even get worse. I don't know. Like now people are aware of how early. I mean, that the one lady who showed up from North Carolina, that was Elaine and her son Cameron, or Cynthia. My names are now getting mixed up in my head.
Number 1 and 2 in line, the woman and her son who came from South Carolina.
North Carolina at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
7 a.m. They were in line for 24 hours to get that wristband. Literally. It's insane. Yeah. So I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I mean, obviously they can't pile on. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we walk outside the courthouse, we'll already see a line forming like right now. I would not be surprised for tomorrow. I would not be surprised.
Anticipate that tomorrow is going to be cross. Were people anticipating cross examination today? Is that why they were there, or were they there because this week long break and they're like, I have to be there, like this excitement to like get in there?
I think bid column A, column B. People don't know how long directs usually last in these high profile cases. Maybe they were comparing it to Johnny and just thinking it'll be about the same. I don't know, but pretty much the
Oh no. The stream is giving him the business for the moment. No. I'm going to pull this up, Pam. So if he sees it, we will get there. There are people in the area offering to help with food, drinks, sleep. They will know that because it sounds like all three of them that are there have hopped on different streams. And I know that this crashed just a little bit, but we will see what we can do. BAM said, as a former gore makeup artist, the bruise wheel is a huge tell. She obviously knows how to fake one, and the kit is cheap and easy. That's going to be a problem. I'm going to try to get to a few more super chats while we see if the stream will let us back in. And then I'm going to take a real quick break, grab some food, and then we're going to start our lunch stream because it looks like court's going to go back in about 15 minutes. And unfortunately, we lost UI guy. We'll wait a minute to see if he comes back. Will the jury be instructed to disregard all photo and video evidence because she refused to turn over the devices for metadata? No, but they might be given an instruction where they can say not all the evidence was turned over. It'll probably come up in cross, and that will be very interesting. So with that, we heard from the DUI guy who is present in court after being awake all night, waiting to get into court today. Please ask about how the jury is during her testimony. We definitely heard that from him. How did Amber know about the Malani issue for the bruise kit when she's not supposed to do outside research? She was not supposed to learn things during her testimony, but that all went down before she testified. So she's allowed to know those things. Her attorneys are allowed to know those things before. Question, since Umbridge brought up metadata on cross, can they ask? They can. They'll have to be careful on how they get into that. So go somewhere else, stay at a friend's house. Her story is definitely interesting. I think she said that Johnny gave her shingles. Jay Laurel said, it's my son Jaden's 21st birthday. Can you give him a birthday shout out? Happy birthday, Jaden. You guys are making me think I need to do a cameo to do birthday shout outs. Brody said, question, if a jury member laughed or scoffed during her testimony out of disbelief, what would happen? Would they be reprimanded? It depends how bad it was. If the judge would say, we are in a courtroom, but if it's a natural response where somebody's like, or something, no, not really. Didn't she say earlier she went to court without a stitch of makeup on and then said she never leaves the house without makeup? Good company. Yeah, that's exactly what she testified to. She said she never leaves without makeup because of the paparazzi, and then said, I went without makeup. So Apple Pie said, sorry if this was asked. I had to step away. No worries. Amber Heard can look up stuff about the trial. Can they use that to deflect accusations that she spoke to her team? Maybe. But she's not supposed to discuss her testimony while she's on the stand. But yes, it's clear that she's been prepped. It would be very hard to pin that down. So thank you so much, Rhythm Nation. I appreciate that. I'm having a hard time reading the things. So thank you. Why is Johnny Depp's team allowing the constant leading? They're probably going to argue it. Like, she couldn't keep her story straight. You saw it. You saw her attorneys leading her. I imagine they'll use it to argue, and it looks bad in front of the jury if she can't even tell her story. Will they use photos and cross? Probably, and video. Can the jury read the transcript at the end? Jess, they can. It depends on jurisdiction. It's a great question, but it depends on jurisdiction. In some jurisdictions, if they want read back of certain testimony, they all come into live court and the testimony gets read back to them. In some jurisdictions, they let them have it so they can read it in the jury room. It really just depends on the particular court and the jurisdiction. But yes, but they can go witness by witness. They can't just say, can give us the entire trial again. The guy who gave his friend a penthouse to paint was mad at a friend for using a countertop. It doesn't seem consistent. A lot of this doesn't seem consistent. You guys, I can't believe we're at 349,000 subscribers. I mean, just a huge and tremendous thank you. I'm going to try to get to 2 more questions, and then I have to bounce because I need to switch over to the afternoon stream. The links will all be down below. Question, if Amber's lawyers have to listen to her on how she wants to build a case. Can the lawyers sue her for loss of earnings due to their ruined reputation? So Dasher girl, I read this as completely legitimate and not sarcastic because I think you meant it as completely legitimate, but no, client control is on them and client control is on them. So no, you can't sue a client. Definitely not for that. What about lie detectors? Would they be used? No, this is a civil case that wouldn't come up. They have depositions and then they go through the testimony and ask questions. How does the court ensure that the jury does not look up stuff? They give them a strong admonition and they get in trouble if it's found out that they do, but they don't take their phones. They can't physically intrude on their lives. So it can be very hard for that. If they were married, was he destroying her property or their joint property? It's very interesting because the police did say, well, you're allowed to like throw things in your house. Will the jury have access to the photos during deliberations? Yes, they'll have access to all the evidence and they can ask for specific evidence. They were wasting a lot of minutes, it seems. Will this shut them down time-wise in the final stretch? It could. They're already behind on time. So it absolutely could. When they approach, does it still count on Amber Heard's time? No, it doesn't. The timer stops. Johnny's team is being very quiet and docile. No, they definitely, when it mattered, they shut down what mattered. Some of the stuff that doesn't matter, they're letting it go. Good morning. What is the last day of trial? May 27th is the last day. It's the last day. Why doesn't Camille object to Elaine leading? They would never get anywhere. And she's objecting when it matters most and letting some other stuff go, which is appropriate. What evidence? She didn't smash the photos. The testimony is conflicting. So the jury will decide. How easy can JD lose the case specific to lawsuit? I'm not quite sure what you're asking, but there is still a chance that the jury doesn't believe either of them is defaming the other. They could both lose very reasonably. Can Amber Heard's team say the police should have done more when Amber Heard testified she refused to speak to the officers? They're going to try to argue it and the reason I say that is because they talked about it in opening statements. And with that, what's more damaging, these pics or the cop's testimony? I think the contradiction between the two, the jurors are going to probably lean to the neutral party. Is arguing every objection like this normal? No, the speaking objections are getting a bit much and the court hasn't shut it down. It really annoyed me. So can they bring in the Yorkies for evidence? No, but maybe pictures of them. I feel like the Yorkies got disparaged. The teacup Yorkies were disparaged. With that, you guys, I'm going to pop and grab a quick bite, a quick break, and I will be back in just about 10 minutes on the other stream. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for the super chats. This will bounce you right over to the other stream, and I cannot wait to see you over there. Court's going to resume in just about 15-ish minutes, 15, 20 minutes. I will be resuming the stream like right in about 10-ish minutes. If I'm a few moments late, apologies. I'm going to try to get everything done right now. So with that, we are going to get going. I will see you in just a moment. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. And you guys, we're getting into the makeup after lunch. I cannot wait to see more. Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, lawnerdsunite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.